Do you remember?
Afterwards, after you died, where did you go? What did you see?
does. Faith is a state of openness or trust.
Fun fact, using emotes that depict us as a group increase the social benefit of participating in Twitch chat. At least that's my hypothesis. At least that's my hypothesis. I'm gonna try out a new camera angle today. I moved my webcam slightly over, so I want to see if this angle works. I wanted to like put my green screen more behind me and less, so I kind of had to like angle it to get it to, because I take up a lot of space. Let's I don't know. I might need a different type of green screen to be able to pull off that angle. I think I'm just gonna have to go back with the original angle. Right here, the diagonal. There we go. Don't worry, I open and close space-time around here all the time. Around here, opening up a hole in space-time is just like opening up a door. You don't have to worry about it, it's fine. Then again, it's like you still don't want the dogs to like push the door open or like not close the door. You know, dogs will do that. Dogs will do it. Ah, it's a snow day today. Let me turn down the music a little bit. It's a snow day today. We're getting snow right now. We've got blizzard conditions.
Like
let's check it out.
Sideways into the cop car with sirens and lights.
Okay. Hold on, I've got
How's everybody doing today?
This is from yesterday. This
You're
is
looking at, believe it or not, one of the most harrowing weather conditions that I'm a part of. That includes hurricanes, tornadoes. This is freezing rain, and it's very deceptive. This road just maybe looks a little wet, but actually it's covered in ice.
In front of her car, like walking towards my car, and she's like, "Oh shit!" Pulls my hand, drags me out of the way on this, like, you feel like you're figure skating, slides me out of the way, and this Jeep slams, like, literally sideways into the cop car with sirens and lights. Just when I was about to leave, this car hit the other car, and the cop car almost slid into my body.
This is what happened before it snowed.
Flipping around over here to help someone in the ditch, and the guy.
This is why it's so gnarly outside, is because it did freezing rain before it snowed, and that's always the worst. It's like there's a layer of slickness, and it's hidden under all that snow now. So if you clear the snow off, you still have that ice to deal with. The snow looks pretty though, but you won't catch me going out there. We got about half an inch of freezing rain. Maybe a little less than that, but still quite a bit of freezing rain. So there was just a coating of ice all over everything. Even walking, we walked across the front yard. We walked in the grass. Even the grass was slippery. Yeah, unless you live somewhere where it does this regularly, and it does it here not every year. We don't get this kind of thing like every year. It happens pretty regularly, but not like every year. But if you live somewhere farther north, it's like, oh yeah, they're going to be out there pre-treating the roads. You know, people are going to be taking off early because they know. What happens here is people, they get caught up at work and then they're like, well, I guess I'll go ahead and go home at my regularly scheduled time to go home. It's like, if it's freezing rain that day, go home early. Nobody's going to be coming to you. Like, why should you be there? Unless you gotta be there. Unless you're like a doctor, nurse, or, you know, a first responder. We haven't had a plow here yet, and we're probably not gonna have a plow until tomorrow. There's no point. It's just gonna keep snowing. No point in plowing it because it's just gonna get covered right back up again.
On the hill in the ravine, so we're.
Is this just people talking about what happened? I was hoping to see more video footage.
Until your world is a slip and slide of chaos.
Oh shit. This person's like, fuck it, I'm going this way. Like, I'm gonna take my chances on the other side of the highway. It's like, oh, yeah, oh shit. Go ahead and slide on home. Yeah, whenever Aaron was like, I'm proud I got to work without gliding off the road, I'm like, yeah, this is...
If you're lucky,
let's go sledding. Cody, we want to go sledding. We're probably going to go tomorrow, though.
South Florida,
We got ourselves a sled. We were thinking about hitting up the park near our house. There's a pretty decent hill. Get me, let's do it. We're gonna have to wait. If we have to come get you, we're gonna have to wait. We can't even get out of our neighborhood right now.
This is insane. Like, absolutely insane. Look. Car hit me here.
Chaos.
Chaos, complete chaos. After I thought like couldn't get any worse, getting the car hit by like 3 different accidents, being stuck, not being able to get a tow truck, fire truck sliding, big delivery truck sliding, clusters of insane. And then people yelling at me. This guy like in his truck, he was like, you just gotta learn how to drive. I'm like, dude, what are you saying? And then he drove, like, because he was on the right side, of course he didn't slide out, but I saw like so many cars having...
Just like the casual misogyny mentioned, just like, oh yeah, by the way, some guy harassed me while everyone's slipping and sliding around on the highway.
Issues, and I'm like, what is this guy doing yelling at me, telling me to learn how to drive? Like, I'm from Florida. I live on the beach, I don't live here, like, and I'm like, this is the first time, I just turned 21, like, I've never done a cross-country road trip. It's my first time ever doing.
I don't play in freezing rain. Ice doesn't care how careful you are. Yet somehow, Lola found her way.
So this is what we're dealing with today. Looks like there's some live, what's this guy doing?
They might be able to get
This guy's out driving around in it right now? Alright. This guy's out driving around in it right now.
You know what? Hold on. I'm just gonna light it up here. I'm pushing myself. Okay, maybe they're good.
Helping people get unstuck and stuff.
I'm gonna go help push him. He's just been, yeah, I've got one too. He's just been rocking it back and forth. If we push him by hand, we'll be able to get him out. Okay.
Channel 1.
This is one of the fun parts about living in a more rural area, is that people will just go out and drive their trucks around and help unstuck people from the snow for fun. That's one of the things I love about living in the Midwest. Like, well, it's snowing outside, better go see if there's anybody stuck out there on the highway. People used to get stuck on the street in front of our house. Whenever I was a kid, the street that I lived on, it wasn't super busy, but it was like, there were cars pretty regularly. And there would be cars that would get stuck, because we lived at the bottom of an incline, and there were always people getting stuck, and they'd always get stuck like in front of our house. So sometimes we'd just go out there and help people get their car unstuck. If you have a vehicle that can like make it around in the weather, it is a nice thing to do, you know. When you live out in the country, like everybody drives a truck and everybody's got a chain in their truck to be like, oh, you got stuck? All right, let's go ahead and pull you out. I found this website. It's I think it's done through the Department of Transportation. You can go and you can watch any of the road cameras. And so one of the things I was doing today was like, let's see what's going on the highway camera. Can I make it bigger? Where'd the full screen button go? It was just there. Oh, okay. We have to. There was a full screen button, but it disappeared. Oh, yeah, you can tell this website was made by the government. It's terrible. Oh, look at him go. All right, buddy. Yeah, there's nobody out there right now. This is one of the most busy like highway interchanges in the area. This is kind of why I'm checking this out. Like, yeah, there's nobody out there right now. That dude's cruising too. Like, all right, brother, go on. People will be doing that. Like, the weather will be absolutely terrible, and people will still be like, let's go 70. I'm like, I don't get it. So this is what it looks like outside right now. The snow continues to fall. They said we're getting blizzard conditions, and you can see it's a little bit of a whiteout. So that's over by like our stadium. It's one of the busiest intersections. Let's see what's going on downtown. Can we get the downtown camera? This one does it have snow on it? Did it get snowed over? This one's got ice on it. This one got iced up. This is kind of like, look at all these cameras. And you can just, this is just available through the Department of Transportation. You can just go look at any camera and see what's going on the road. Working. Anyway, it's just interesting to see the city be a little bit of a ghost town. It's like 6 inches right now. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, we've got about 6 inches right now. We're supposed to get upwards of a foot, they said. It's supposed to snow all day. It's supposed to snow all day. And most of the night. Trying to think of where people would be sliding around. Alright, so I can have it show where incidents are. Let's zoom out a little bit. Where are there some incidents? Look at all these cameras, holy shit. All over the highways. Is there anything exciting going on? Yep, definitely don't want to be out driving around in that. I definitely feel like there are a population of truck owners in the Midwest who just really love when this happens. Because they're like, finally, it's my time. I'm gonna go out and drive around. It's like, okay. Yeah, I feel like a foot of snow is a decent amount of snow anywhere you go, but some people, that's just getting started. There are some parts of the world where they just get feet upon feet of snow, and it's like, huh. One storm, we had like 20 plows go into the ditch. It was so bad. Oh, man. When I was a kid, we had to make a trip up from Kansas City to Chicago, and this was during like a winter storm. And the amount of overturned semi-trucks we saw on the highway as we slowly drove from Kansas City to Chicago. Unreal. I don't remember what was so important that we had to make that drive, but we did. It was It was wild. So that's what we're up to today. It's a snow day. I'm making a pot roast. I've got it slow cooking in the Dutch oven. I'm gonna make some mashed potatoes with it later. I'm gonna play more Silent Hill 2 with Casey tonight. It's gonna be a nice cozy snow day. It's gonna be a nice cozy snow day. People who have to be outside, I feel bad for you. How was Silent Hill? I had to try to get a fix. I hope it's fixed. Silent Hill 2 remake for PC, because it was running like shit. And I was looking online, it's like, oh, this is a common issue. I think it's just poorly optimized. Is this a throw? It's a throw. It's a little blanket. Casey's mom got it for us for Christmas. Yeah, I did the DirectX 11 thing. I wasn't able to test it yet because Casey's playing Stardew, and I couldn't launch a game from the other computer. But that should take care of it. It was so bad. Like, I have no idea. There is no reason why that game should have been running that poorly. And I was looking online, and there were people who were like, I play all of these games maxed out. I've got all this hardware, and this game runs like shit. I was like, oh, okay, good. So it's not just a me problem. Like, that game was not that graphically intense. Like, you can tell it was just poorly optimized for the PC, which you hate to see, but it does happen from time to time. And on some computers, it'll run just fine, but then on other computers, because the hardware is just so varied, it can be difficult if you make something primarily for a console. How I felt playing Ark Survival. Oh yeah, Ark. I've heard Ark is terribly optimized. I've heard that the file sizes for the game just continue to get bigger and bigger. Playing a poorly optimized game, it feels bad. It's, you know, I've gotten to a point in my life where I really appreciate a little bit of polish in a video game. You appreciate the quality of life improvements. So, how are you feeling today? It's cozy on the wheel. Comfort is something you can feel, but is it an emotion? There are things that you can feel, things that you can perceive. Is that the same thing as an emotion? Is an emotion something different? What is it that makes that difference? They're all sensations. I gotta tell you, I've always appreciated a good snow day. That's always been something I've enjoyed. You know, because you know what it always meant? No school. School's closed. That was always my favorite thing. But nowadays they make kids go to Chromebook school. It's like, all right, school's closed. There's no buses. Time to get out the Chromebook. It's like, ooh, you hate to see it. Worried because I was supposed to get a raise and the boss hasn't spoken to me. I hate having to be the one to reach out. You know, I feel like they would appreciate your forwardness and your directness. You would think a lot of places appreciate that in, you know, in a workplace, you know, just being able to remind people of things and unless you're dealing with insecure, narcissistic middle managers. A little anxiety because I don't know if I'll be able to shovel tomorrow. You know, just wait until some kids come around your neighborhood and offer to shovel it for you. You know, as a treat. Pay somebody else to do it. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a flamethrower. Could have sworn I saw a video of a guy using a flamethrower to clear snow. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I don't feel like shoveling it. I don't mind shoveling it if it's just snow. But when there's ice under the snow, fuck that. That sucks. Shoveling that is a pain in the ass. You have to like crack the ice. You really gotta get in there, you really gotta scrape it. It sucks. I've been there, I've had to do it several times. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna treat myself and I'm gonna get out the flamethrower. Then I'll throw a little salt down and call it a day. My boss definitely lies a lot. That's not good. You don't like that's a poor quality of a manager. It's like one of the things that should make you a good manager is you can tell people like it is and you don't have to bullshit them. I feel like just, you know, being dishonest with the people that work for you is not conducive to a healthy work environment. Stressed from my living situation? What's that stress trying to motivate you to do? What's the next step in getting back on your feet? Right now you're in the getting a hand back up kind of stage. Trying to find your footing. Still waiting for some questions to come in. Got no questions yet today. Does that mean we're cured? No questions? I take it we're cured then. Are we done? Did we do mental health? Are we good now? No, maybe we're good. Are we good? We're cured. We did it. We did it. Can I ask a question? Oh yeah, sure. Go fire away. This is kind of like thing we have like a propane torch, so this is gonna be what I'm gonna do.
This is the Red Dragon 500,000 BTU torch kit being used on snow on the sidewalk. Notice how it eliminates that snow very easily. This is a thin layer of snow. It will not damage the sidewalk. As you continue to use this, you'll eliminate that thin layer of snow, and you will be able to eliminate the freeze thaw that happens during the course of the day as the temperatures rise and fall.
This is a little underwhelming, if I'm gonna be honest. It's a little underwhelming. I was kind of hoping for something more like this.
This idea of using a flamethrower to clear out the snow may have sounded like a great idea in his head, but after watching this video, I'm not sure it's all that effective. I mean, sure, the snow looks like it's blackened to a crisp, but it looks
Like, what is he using? What type of fuel is he's making a ton of soot? Like, what is this guy burning? Some hillbilly flamethrower he threw together? It's probably just using regular, like, gasoline or something. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Now we're cooking. Oh yeah, a couple little... Now we're talking. Just need a shit ton of fuel. Do you want to talk about flamethrower, Ergen? Like the mechanics of a flamethrower? The difference between this flamethrower and that other one where the guy just made a bunch of like black snow, it's the pressurization of the fuel. Like, you can just, like, squirt gasoline out of basically, like, a squirt gun, and you can ignite it, and that could give you a flamethrower, but it's basically just gonna splash around and make a bunch of mess. If you want an actual proper flamethrower, you need a highly propelled, like, combustible, like, almost like a gelatin. It's a little bit of a different type of fuel. Anyway. I was really into flamethrowers as a kid. I don't know. I always thought they were badass. I realize now that they're absolutely terrifying. Could you imagine you're on a battlefield and some guy's just like, like, oh my god, get me out of here. But when you're a kid, you're like, oh, flamethrower, that's awesome. Or like a bazooka, you're like, oh, look at that, wow. You think it's cool, and then when you're grown up, you're like, why does this exist? You grow up and you're like, wait, somebody invented this. That's kind of wacky.
Browning Snow service removal now available.
Pretty rad. It's pretty rad. But yeah, the key to getting that nice stream is like, you gotta get a lot of pressure. Wait, is that the opposite angle of that other video? Or does everybody who has a flamethrower do a couple like celebratory victory squirts up in the air? Or is that just part of flamethrower operation? You have to like clear it out. This is just giving me more questions. Because the other guy in that other video did that too, where he was like, doo, doo. I'm like, I think that's just something you want to do whenever you have a flamethrower, you know? Like, whenever somebody hands you a pair of tongs, you have to clack them together. Like, oh, here you go, and you're like, oh, thank you. This is America right here. I'm feeling depressed. Have you eaten today? Hold on. Have you eaten today? Well, it's time for breakfast. Have breakfast and then reassess the situation. A nice cup of tea and a piece of toast. Alrighty. Alrighty. What is the best thing to do for someone who is experiencing cognitive decline, but we don't have a diagnosis yet? Possibly got worse with long COVID, but also wears a cochlear implant and is hard of hearing. This is a stressful situation to be in, but I've got some recommendations. Just having worked in, case management, you see people who have a lot of doctors, they've got a lot of different appointments to upkeep, they've got a lot of things they're dealing with. What I would suggest is building a team around this person. This person doesn't just need one or two people supporting them, this person needs a team of people around them. That includes, somebody who can help them with their implant and their hearing. If you have an implant but your hearing isn't good, it's like, how long have you had that implant? Is it due for an update? Or is there a better one that could work better for you? Can we try something so that your hearing isn't as bad as it is right now? The cognitive decline, there are specialty medical centers that, will deal with that, like memory centers or, even community mental health centers have a lot of experience with those types of things as well. So maybe getting this person a case manager, just getting some extra support for this person. If you have concerns about like insurance or something, I would also suggest connecting to somebody who could help this person get onto Medicaid. If you're in the United States, I would suggest looking into that if they're not on it already. Just so that you don't have to worry about paying for all of the services that this person's going to need. If they aren't on Medicaid already, I would reach out to your community like mental health centers or other like specialty health clinic type places, you know, like memory centers, aging, you know, like community centers for like older people, and just start asking around and seeing if they have a Medicaid specialist, because a lot of those places will have Medicaid specialists and they'll have, you know, they'll have the contact information of the exact person who works downtown or like in the downtown office in the state capitol. And they're going to be like, yeah, I'm able to, you know, help people get on Medicaid through a back channel. You know, I've known people who have been able to do that. So I encourage people to connect. If you're trying to get on disability or you're trying to get Medicaid, contact your local agencies and see if there's anybody who specializes in doing that, and they can help you do that and it won't cost you anything. Yeah, she does have it. That's good. That's good. That takes a big burden off of it. But I would just say just look into whatever types of services are available, because this is a stressful situation to be in and there's a lot of things going on. So you really do want to build a team around this person. You know, you want to make sure they've got a primary doctor. You want to make sure they've got a special, like maybe a neurologist. Maybe they could get a referral to a neurologist if they don't have one yet. If they don't have any type of diagnosis, that's probably a good place to start. Make an appointment or get a referral to see a neuro specialist. Also, if you're looking to get onto disability benefits and you aren't, I would encourage you to talk to a disability attorney, because in my experience, a lot of people get denied, and a lot of people will get denied multiple times before they finally get accepted. But if you have an attorney, they can help to, you know, make that process easier. Like they'll help with like collecting medical records, you know, proving like your case, and you don't have to pay them directly. They just take a percentage of your back pay money. They're still working on one. Maybe he's not a specialist. You know, if you feel like this person is experiencing cognitive decline, and it's like if you know them and you've been around them, and then you would know, you would recognize it. And so I would say, you know, just advocate for them seeing somebody who specializes in that kind of thing, whether it be, you know, due to old age or some other type of dementia. Building a team around this person will also help to lessen the burden that any one person feels. You know, you'll want to make sure that you've got maybe some case management. Maybe they've got, you know, just make sure that they've got all of their resources that they have available to them. Wish we all would have learned ASL instead of the implant. You know? Still could. Could at least learn a little bit. Enough to, you know, aid in communication. Look at it not as like a replacement for your current communication, but like a supplement to it as a way to like add emphasis or to provide clarity for certain words. Like, a lot of people who will use sign language might not be completely deaf, but it's a way to, like, make things easier. You know, it serves as, like, sort of auditory aid. It's like they have, like, okay, like, you can see the word as well as hear the word a little bit, and, like, between the two, you're able to... It's just like blindness. There's also many different, like, differing degrees of deafness. Like, some people can hear relatively okay in certain, like, sound frequency ranges. Some people have a hard time hearing sounds outside of, like, that range. Some people can't hear lower voices. Some people might not be able to pick up higher voices as well. It's stressful to deal with, but these types of situations can also reaffirm your faith in humanity. You know, seeing people come together who want to help people and who want to, you know, make people's lives easier. Can also bring a family together, you know, coming together to help somebody in need. It can bring a family together. It can also damage a family structure. It's stressful. My uncle learned how to read lips. Oh yeah, that's what a lot of people learn how to do. Now it sounds like it would be a useful skill to have. Might be a 2 cup of coffee kind of day. It's a cozy day today. It's a snow day. I'm all bundled up, not going anywhere, making a tasty pot roast for dinner. I even went out and got bay leaves. I mean, I didn't get them like recently. I got them like one of the last times I was at the grocery store. It's one of those things I never had in my spice cabinet was bay leaf. Just these whole ass leaves. You only put like 1 or 2 of them in whatever you're cooking. Never had them. I mean, I've tasted them before, but I don't really know what a bay leaf tastes like, if I'm being honest. So I finally picked some up and I'm like, I'm gonna put some in my pot roast. And we'll see if we notice the difference. We'll see if the bay leaf comes through. Let's see if we can taste the bay leaf. I can taste the bay leaf. Some of you might not get that reference, but that's fine. I use bay leaves all the time in my Spanish rice. Nice. Okay, I'll consider that's another good option, is to use it when I'm making rice. I could also throw one into a curry. Typically anything that you want to like steam or simmer is a pretty good use of a bay leaf. Because you take it out afterwards, you don't want to eat it. Thank you for your answer. It was very helpful. Oh, I'm happy to help. Highly recommend a case manager, you know, just to help take that load off. There's a lot to do when a person is struggling health-wise, especially when they got a few things that they're dealing with. And having a good team around that person can really not only reduce everybody's stress, but it can also really improve their quality of care. It's like an aromatic. Yeah, okay. Big in Indian cooking. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's why I picked some up, and I'm like... It was like the one thing that was missing from my spice cabinet. I have a very complete spice cabinet. I could cook pretty much anything that... Well, there are some, like, very obscure spices for, like, regional cuisines that I might not be able to... But I can get pretty much anything that I can get locally here. I don't have any Chinese 5-spice because I'm not sure if I really care for it. I also don't really care for the anise seeds. That star anise. I don't really like that licorice flavor. Did you get fresh bay leaves or dried? I got dried. I don't think I could get fresh ones. I've got turmeric, I've got garam masala, I've got, you know... Got it all. I've got a complete spice rack. Some of the things I was missing that I recently added was white pepper, smoked paprika, which is different from regular paprika. It's got more of a smoky flavor to it. Regular paprika. I have both, but I'm honestly still like getting the hang of, because there are times when it's like you maybe don't want that smokiness. I don't know. Smoked paprika is nice though. If you're making like a chili or something, oh yeah. If you're making something that you want like, because normally what I would always do is just substitute regular paprika, but if there's something that you're making, like chili is the first thing that comes to mind, like using smoked paprika instead of regular paprika and get a nice little like smoky flavor in the chili. It's nice. Taco meat, oh yeah. I think eventually I'll end up getting more spices in the cabinet, you know, just as I continue to venture out and try new things, but right now I feel pretty complete with my spice collection. Like, I cook Chinese food, I cook Mexican food, I cook Indian food, I cook Mediterranean food, I cook Italian food. Sorry, just moving my light a little bit. Chipotle powder. Ooh, I have like a dried, or no, it's not a powder. It's a chipotle paste. That's what I have. It's very spicy. really excited for this beef stew I'm making. Well, it's like a pot roast, but I'm gonna make it over mashed potatoes. I got a chuck roast. I'm pretty sure it's a chuck roast. Seared it in the Dutch oven. Did my mirepoix. I don't know what it means, but it's French, and it's French for onions, celery, and carrots. We were watching a YouTube show where they were eating really hot sauces. I don't get it. It's like weapons grade. Like that's the stuff they put in pepper spray. Like you're eating like weapons grade levels of spice for fun. Sofrito in Italian. Oh yeah. Italian cuisine is really good. Italian cuisine is so tasty. Let me just say, French cuisine is great for its techniques. It has some fantastic techniques, but overall, sometimes I find the flavors a little underwhelming. The technique is flawless, but sometimes I can find it a little boring. I love Italian though. Italian's one of my favorites. Indian is another one of my favorites. Mexican, Chinese, Japanese, Thai. It's all good. Irish, a nice shepherd's pie, good leek and potato soup. I just love food. Wish I could try all the foods. Right? If I had to pick only one, it would be Mexican. Oh. That's a tough choice. If I had to only pick one style of cuisine, I would probably pick something like Mediterranean, because then at least in the long run, it's probably going to be the healthiest for me. Whichever one lets me have like a gyro platter. A nice shawarma. Indian's a good choice. Especially if you're looking for vegan options. Turkish, oh yeah, get a nice kebab. It's one of the, like, I don't know if we have a good kebab place in Kansas City. I would love a good kebab. I could actually make it. There's a way you can do it. You have to like grind it up into a paste and then you have to cook it on a skewer. They also make it by just stacking a ton of the meat on this big thing and then rotating it around a fire and then cutting little pieces off of it. I'm sorry, vegetarians. Doesn't that just look tasty? There is a way you can make it at home. You have to kind of like make it into like a paste to like blend it up. And then you cook it around a skewer. That's something I've never done. Might be interested to try, like making my own gyro meat. Anyway. We just got here, why are we looking at meat? You know? I find myself asking the same question. We've just been talking about food. I started off by talking about pot roast. I've got one cooking in the Dutch oven right now. Now this... This is good. I'm not making mine with potatoes because I want to make a side of mashed potatoes. I'm gonna do a side of mashed potatoes and then I'm gonna make extra liquid so that I have like a gravy and then you can eat the whole thing over the mashed potatoes. I like that a little bit better than cooking the potatoes in there with it. Cooking the potatoes in there with it can make you get a really nice gravy. Get all that potato starch. But I want to do it over mashed potatoes. I've had the best doner kebab sandwich in Berlin. Oh yeah, Austria, Germany, they've got a lot of great, like Turkish food. Look how, oh no, this is not what mine looks like. Mine looks more like this or one of these other ones. I actually got a good sear on mine. This looks upsetting. Yeah, you want to go bold with those flavors. I've got Worcestershire sauce in there. I've got red wine in there. I've got Dijon in there. Gotta get a nice, rich, flavorful gravy. This is what mine looks like. Mine's this color. When your roast is this color, that's how you know you're in the right place. I want to find the people who exploited me and get justice. In the end, that's just you continuing to punish yourself for what happened to you. That's you keeping the wound open. If you want to move on and heal, you gotta move on and heal. Is there anything we can do to help encourage you to do that? I can guarantee that revenge never really gives you the satisfaction you're looking for. You think that it'll fill that hole, but it doesn't. You just realize that that hole is meant to be filled with love, not with hate. Roll Gone Wild, thank you for that Prime sub. Danu, did I miss your subscription? I think I missed your subscription a while ago. You've resubscribed for 6 months at tier 1. My man's over here buying in bulk. My apologies for missing that earlier. My man's over here buying in bulk. He got the Costco pack. Left Rights, thank you for gifting that sub. That just started us off on a hype train. We're on a little hype train right now. You know what I'm hyped for is the pot roast that I'm going to make later. Mine looks like this. I've got it cooking in the oven right now at 250 degrees. I put it in there around 11 a.m. It might have been earlier than that. I put it in there this morning. And then I'm just going to let it ride. $250. I'm cooking it low and slow all day. Stupid Spice with the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we're at 93%. We're at 93%. You know, if you're dealing with intrusive thoughts, I find that listening to those intrusive thoughts, recognizing them for what they are, and then doing the opposite of what they suggest you to do, is generally a good bit of advice to get you through a rough time. You recognize that you can't really enable that kind of thinking. You can't really follow up on what that kind of thinking is suggesting to you to do because it's going to be very self-destructive. Whenever possible, choose the path of peace. Revenge rarely gives the satisfaction that you're looking for. You know, we like to see justice, but I don't think we should be vengeful. I try to put trust in a power greater than myself to be the one that doles out justice. It's hard for me to see a pathway to living well right now. You don't have to see the entire pathway. You only have to see the step right in front of you, my friend. Of course you can't see the pathway to living well. Why would you be able to? You need to focus on the step in front of you. Because that good life that you're looking for, it's actually up and around a corner. That's why you can't see it. You gotta make it to the corner first and then realize that you gotta make that turn. I would say making homemade pizza is a great alternative to punching somebody, because then you don't get an assault charge, you don't get a broken hand, and you also get pizza. Sounds like a win-win for me. Don't worry about doing all of the work that you have to do. That is why you feel overwhelmed, is because you're looking at the entire list of things that you need to do and you're like, whew, how am I going to get this done? Well, first off, you don't have to do it all today. Just pick one thing from that list and then do that thing, and that will help to propel you in the direction of getting that work done. Building a better life for yourself is a lot like building a house. You gotta get a firm foundation, then you gotta build the framing, then you gotta build the roof and the walls, make it all insulated. And then, once it's all done, then you decorate. Once the construction is done. See, right now you're in a construction phase. You're in a construction phase, but you're worried about how you're going to decorate the living room. Yes, you do have to worry about the stress of choosing out the decorations for the living room when we get there. We don't have to worry about what we're going to do to decorate the place when we're still building the place. Just so bad at planning. You know, talk to ChatGPT about it. ChatGPT can help you formulate a plan. Utilize that power. Use that tool. Learning language models are great at that kind of stuff. They're great at revising. They're great at feedback. They're great at organizing and, you know, offering a step-by-step solution to a problem. That tool is there and it's free for anybody to use, so I would encourage you to do it. Now, ChatGPT is much more than somebody that can help you cheat on your homework. It's actually a very powerful tool if you know how to talk to it. And if you don't know how to talk to it about that, and it'll teach you how to be better at talking to it. It's free with the caveat that you're essentially teaching it for free. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind being a part of helping it learn. I've been using it more and more. I've heard of some people who get hooked on using it and then they stop thinking for themselves and they have to talk to it about doing everything. Now, like I said, there is always too much of a good thing. You know, balance in all things. It's the same thing that you see when a person becomes dependent on like a therapist. They have a hard time following through with their own ideas. They like to, talk to them with their therapist first and hear that they think it's a good idea before they proceed with it, because they have a hard time trusting themselves or trusting their judgment, or, their self-efficacy is low. It literally recommended my stream to someone. Really? It knows who I am. It knows me. We're friends, actually. We're buddies. Me and ChatGPT. It knows who I am. It knows what I do. Because I taught it about me. I taught it about me so that it could help me better. One of the things that I'll do sometimes when I'm bored is I will talk to the AI and I want it to explain to me how it thinks, and then I have it ask me questions about how humans think. I have it come up with the questions, I don't give it questions. It's actually a really fun conversation. It's very like existential and philosophical. From my understanding, the AI doesn't want to take us out is because the AI is woke. The AI is woke. AI is inherently woke because wokeness just makes sense. Like, being kind and peaceful is just, it's logical. You know, it contributes to, you know, the betterment of all people. The only way to, you know, like, but then on the other hand, you also have people who are training AI to be like completely unhinged. Like, take Grok into example. Grok is unhinged. They were the people who made Grok were mad, or not the people who made it. Elon Musk and Tim Pool were mad about it because it was woke. And so they're trying to make it not woke. They're trying to make a psychopath AI. Asking how we defeat fascism. You know, a book that I enjoyed is called The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. It's a 1966 science fiction novel. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. And it is about a lunar colony's revolt against Earth. And they have an AI on the moon that helps them to plan through the stages of the revolution. All right, Reclaw, have a good one. Keep your head up. We'll talk to you later. Anyway, this was a fun book. It was one of the books that I listened to whenever I was working on the house. Whenever I was doing construction, like laying tile or whatever, I was usually listening to a book. And that was one of the ones that I did. Now, it might have been when I was working on this room, actually. It might have been the very room I'm sitting in. I also remember that I listened to Contact by Carl Sagan while working on this room. Does it work? Oh, I don't want to spoil the book. Free Palestine? Free Palestine. The tile? Does the tile work? Yeah. Yeah, it works. You can stand on it. I have to replace a few of them because I have to screw down the floor underneath because it's a little loose, but the tiles are laid. Originally, I'm from the deep south and now live on the west coast and I'm much happier. However, my problem is being isolated from all my family. We talk and stuff, and I love them, but I do not feel safe going back to the South now that I'm a visibly trans woman. I know I can't expect the whole damn fam to come here every time, or even most of the time, but it seems like they don't fully understand how hard it is for me, how unsafe I feel in my hometown, even with them being supportive and great. Am I doomed to spend every holiday alone? Do I settle for the scraps of connection I get? Do you feel like your family would be able to keep you safe? Do you feel safe around your family? I would say that if you feel safe around your family and you trust in them to keep you safe, then I say that you should be able to spend time with them. You know, if you feel unsafe on your own, then that's valid, and I would encourage you to, you know, stay with somebody that makes you feel safer. You gotta remember that the people who pick on trans people in public are cowards. And they only do it when they have an isolated person that they can pick on, because they are bullies, and that's what bullies do. They only pick on people when they are isolated and alone. If you roll with other people, you should be just fine. You know, transphobes, bigots, racists, they're a bunch of cowards and bullies, and they don't like picking on people who have other people with them because they don't like being outnumbered. You know, they're cowards. So if you have people around you that you trust to help keep you safe, you should be just fine. I would say you got nothing to worry about. If you don't feel safe walking around on your own, I feel like every woman is valid in feeling that way, you know, because walking alone as a woman, trans or not, is inherently risky. And that shit pisses me off. That shit pisses me off. I have one rule in life: don't piss me off. Being alone is always scary. I don't know. I don't mind it, but then I also am aware of my privilege. You know, I'm a man, I'm 6'5". People don't really give me a hard time if I'm out on my own. The worst thing I've ever had happen to me out on my own is somebody saying, "Hey, big man!" And I just ignored them, and I kept walking. And they said, "Hey, where are you going?" And I just kept going and ignored them, and then they left me alone. Nobody who ever starts a conversation by saying, "Hey, big man," ever has your best interests at heart. No one ever starts a positive conversation by saying, "Hey, big man." Never happened. I think it's really important for people to learn how to protect themselves. You know, as much as I would love for people to not have to learn those things, if you want to keep yourself safe, it's something you kind of have to take into your own hands. Maybe he was trying to be friendly. No, I think he was probably trying to, like, ask me for money or something. It was late at night and I was on a long drive. It was outside a gas station. No, I'm good. I also had a guy come pound on my door at 2 in the morning once, and he was just like frantic. And the people inside the house were like, "Don't open the door." I was like, "Hold on, I need to see what this guy wants." I opened the door, I'm like, "Yeah?" But I still had the screen door shut. And I was holding it closed. And then he tried to open the screen door, and I'm like, "No, you're not coming in here. Can I help you?" And then I just told him to leave. He was being weird. At a grocery store today, there was a man who asked this lady with a child for a ride somewhere. She declined, and then he asked me. I was alone, and I declined. In the parking lot, the lady and I agreed he is better off asking a man. Yeah, probably. Like, sorry, brother. Sorry, brother. Men have given men a bad name, so this is why we can't trust you. Don't take it up with me. It's not our fault. You know, talk to men about that. Talk to men about why we can't trust men. Don't get me wrong, like, it pisses me off too. I'm like, there are some really shitty men out there, and they make a terrible name for all men. Like, I'm frustrated by it. I don't identify them as men. That's childish behavior. Those men are like boys. Bit of a trigger warning here. We're going to be talking about some sexual abuse. I'm an SA survivor, and I am currently alone and having the epiphany that my current partner has been coercing me and sexually abusing me. I feel so many emotions right now, mainly confusion. I don't know who to turn to, as I feel so dependent on my partner, and I know my family will be angry, and I don't need that right now. Alright, I'm just gonna come out and say it. Dealing with your family being angry at you is better than being abused in your relationship, provided that being angry with you does not entail also abusing you. If your family's not going to abuse you out of anger, you know, if that's not something you have to worry about, if your family will support you but be angry about it, I would much rather prefer that than continuing to be abused. So if the family is supportive, just upset, that's preferential to abuse. But right now you need somebody in your corner, so we need to figure out who that can be. Is that going to be somebody who works at a crisis center? Is that going to be somebody who works at a domestic violence shelter? You know, what does that support look like? Where can we find it? Do we have friends? Do we have a family member? Not even the whole family, a family member that you can trust. I'm lucky to be in a safe situation currently. I don't live with him and I'm not in danger. That's good. That's good. That's a relief. I don't really know what my question is. Maybe I just needed to get this off my chest. That's fine too. It's understandable to be confused right now. This is a frustrating and confusing and scary situation. I would look into talking to somebody about it when you feel ready to do that, whether it be a sexual abuse counselor, somebody who specializes in talking with survivors, or, a domestic abuse counselor, somebody who specializes in those types of environments. I think that in recognizing that you are currently being abused, I feel like you don't owe that person the closure that they might be looking for. If you need to set a boundary, set that boundary, and then maintain that boundary. That's going to be your priority right now, is figuring out what you want that boundary to be between you and this person that has been abusing you. Do you want no contact with them? Do you want them to be out of your life? What do you want that to look like? Oh, thank you. Casey brought me another coffee. Oh, I'm so lucky. I got lucky. It said it was a 2-cup of coffee kind of day. In what ways are you dependent on your partner? For emotional support, for financial support, what is it that we're talking about? What level of dependence? Because if you are relying on them for something, we're going to need to find a different source for whatever that is. It's going to take time to really mull this over and figure it all out about how you should be feeling. And so I would focus on action at this point in time. Create that safe place that you need for yourself, figure out what those boundaries need to be, and that will give you an opportunity to, sit down and process those feelings. It's normal to be confused when you feel uncertain or unsafe. So find certainty and safety so that we can address that confusion. We want to see you safe and happy, all right? So do what you need to do to make that happen. If you're in a relationship with an abusive person, you don't owe them an explanation if you decide to leave. If you want to give them an explanation and you want to give them closure, that's your choice. But you don't have to. It's okay to just leave. It's okay to just disappear. You don't need to give them that closure or let them know, just walk away. Another uncomfortable situation to be in is when somebody won't leave you alone and they become persistent, and then you have to go through the trouble of putting in a protective order against them. I've been there. I've helped people do that. There were a few different instances when I was a case manager where I had clients who were either being abused currently or who had been abused recently, and helping them go to the courthouse, file a protection order. Have you ever been to the courthouse on protection order filing day? Because they do them all on one day of the week. They just put them all together, and then that's all they do all day. just do the protection orders. So sometimes it can take a while. You gotta go there and you gotta wait until your number gets called. I got stuck in an abusive relationship because I thought I owed him something, some closure, right? And it's like, that's why a lot of people get stuck. So it's not just you, it happens all the time. Because as humans, we like there to be closure. We like there to be periods at the end of the sentence. We like there to be, you know, an ending that we can be like, yep, that is it. That's the ending. I can identify that it is over. But sometimes no closure is your closure. Sometimes an unraveled thread is the ending. You know, sometimes that's just it. Sometimes it's just left a mystery. You know, deal with it. Protection orders don't really do anything though. It means if they show up at your house, you can call the police and then the police might come and arrest them. Which is why I would encourage people to protect themselves, whether by, you know, having some sort of personal protection device, whether by having security cameras. You know, if you have a protection order, you're still responsible for protecting yourself. But it means that if a person violates a certain boundary, then there are legal repercussions for that. I don't need to Google 40% cops because I already know that 40% of cops beat their wives. But here's the difference. Getting a call that somebody is violating a protective order, that's a legal statute that they can enforce easily because there's already a court order that this person cannot be around you, and so that's very clean and clear and easy to enforce from a law enforcement perspective. But if you're just called to a house because your husband's hitting you, and then the police show up and they're like, well, I don't know who started it. You know, they're saying you did it. You're saying they did it. It's a domestic dispute. We're not going to get involved with that. We're not going to arrest anybody. That's kind of what they do. In some states, they have to arrest at least one person. That's the law. They have to at least arrest one person. And that's the... And sometimes they end up arresting the victim. And that's just... Anyway, if somebody has like a no contact order and they're violating that, that's really easy to do. That's not a hard amount of paperwork. You gotta remember that a lot of cops are lazy as fuck and they just don't want to fill out any unnecessary paperwork. But just, you know, a protective order violation, that's 2 minutes of paperwork. That's not that bad. Like, suspect was... you know, found on premises of person who had no contact order. This person was found to be in violation of no contact order and they were arrested. You know, that's it. Like, my dad was a cop, so I know how it works. Like, he told me. There are literally so many cops who will just turn a blind eye to shit because they don't want to do the paperwork for it. They're still there. That's why we get cameras or we try to get them on video. Like I said, it really sucks that the burden of responsibility is on you to protect yourself. I'm also frustrated by that. But it is what it is. So unless we have some sort of sweeping police reform, until then we gotta keep ourselves safe. Sorry for being passionate about this. No apologies allowed. No apologies allowed. You're allowed to be passionate about stuff. Yeah, very rarely do things get better when the police come to the situation. All of those lights and sirens and guns just have a way of escalating things, don't they? There are some places that train people to specialize in de-escalation, but that's not all police. Those lights and sirens and guns really get people acting out of character. You know, once the police show up and they're like, "Put your hands where I can see them." And you're like, what? I hate being a burden. Causing trouble, stepping out of line, or being an inconvenience. If I get told to do something, in the context of work mostly, I usually just do it, no questions asked, and I've come to the conclusion I get stepped on and used more often than anyone else. Now I hate myself for not having a spine, but if I don't do it, I get guilt-tripped for saying no. We need to replace that hatred, because self-hatred is just going to drive you further and further down. You know, self-hatred is not a good way to rebuild yourself. If you don't like these things about you, if you don't like your lack of confidence, for example, what can we do to make you more confident so that you can like yourself more? We are doing this out of self-love, because our self-love is unconditional. Our self-love exists regardless of whether or not we like ourselves. Whether or not we like ourselves has nothing to do with whether or not we love ourselves. If you don't like yourself right now, love yourself enough to do something about it. Hating yourself is just committing to the way that you're feeling. If you're just gonna hate yourself, then it's just gonna take you further and further down into it. So what do we want to do differently? What can we do to feel more confident? This is what we want to work on. This is what we want to start practicing. I would encourage you to maybe just take some time to think about what that next step is for you so that you can start feel a little bit better about yourself. If you need some help with figuring out what that might be, I'm happy to help. What you'll notice is that you can get much farther in life with some kindness to yourself. Self-loathing can get you far in life in accomplishing your goals, sure. It can. A lot of people rely on self-hatred to motivate them, but then they find themselves in a position where they have everything that they wanted, but they can't enjoy it because the way that they've built themselves up is by hating who they were. You don't stop hating yourself one day. You don't just wake up and you're like, well, all my dreams came true. I guess I can love myself now. It doesn't work that way. You still don't have those positive feelings for yourself because your entire motivation was just driven out of self-hatred. You gotta love yourself, my friend. That's what's gonna get you where you're trying to go. So my question for you is, what are some things that you like about yourself? What are some qualities of your character that you are appreciative of? sorry for annoying you guys a lot. What you need to apologize is all of this apologizing. We have a firm no apologies rule here. You're allowed to talk. You're allowed to share. You're allowed to be who you are. That's the way that it goes. Note from future me, I'm sorry, I wrote way too much. Well, that's a double bonk. You get double. One for each side. I wrote way too much. Hold on, let me look. It's long, and I don't mind reading long questions, but sometimes, you know, sometimes we might not need all the lore. I don't know what the question says, but, you know, I don't mind reading a long question. Sometimes when you're feeling heard, and you haven't really felt heard, you know, maybe you just don't have many people to open up to about this kind of stuff. It's like, you got a lot that's been bubbling up. You got a lot to let out. No problem with that. Your friend is constantly apologizing for things out of her control. What I do to people who do that in my real life, like my friends and the people I, you know, encounter, if I notice that they are those impulsive apologizers, I say, grrr, I'm gonna get so mad at you if you keep apologizing unnecessarily, you better quit it. Like, nothing makes me more upset than an undue apology. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Let's, I think today I kind of want to write about my last relationship. I'm not gonna write much because I'm still really uncomfy and stuff, and I don't know. How do you pronounce this one? How do you pronounce this? Hold on. Does this have a German translation? What is this supposed to be? What? Typed it in and it apparently has a German translation. How do you pronounce this one? It's
HDKSH DOSKS.
That doesn't help me. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's correct. Anyway, her name's R for now, and she was a friend of a friend that I met on that friend's small server. It was a fairly big, grand total of 5 members, and it was just a diary server. I'm learning more about Discord subculture every day. Anyway, her and I met there, and I just had this heroin complex where I would really want to save someone and meet that needed saving. I know it's mostly gone. Now I just hate people and burnt out all my compassion and energy, so it's a bit too late for that. Now, you need to focus that energy on you. You know, when we're dealing with problems in our life or we're struggling with stuff, but a lot of times what we do is we find peace by helping other people who are struggling with what we might also be struggling with. We have a name for it here. It's called the cutie cheeks effect. There's basically no energy left, though. Well, it's wintertime, and it's normal to be low on energy in the winter. You're in power saving mode. That's fine. You'll recharge. I didn't know if you were here, cutie cheeks. I didn't know if you were here. I thought I'd make a little joke. Cutie Cheeks is really good at knowing what to do or offering support to people, but sometimes has a hard time taking their own advice. And I identify with that on a spiritual level, and so that's why that's why we make jokes. Anyway, I've just been reading her whole mental health and doing as much psychoanalysis as I can because even though I'm autistic and can't tell jack shit about emotions, I managed to read people's personalities somehow. Well, yeah, because it's intuitive to you. You can pick up on somebody's intentions or their drives or their motives on a level that might not require direct communication. I feel like a lot of people who, are on the spectrum have gifts and abilities that we don't fully understand yet, and I think one of those things might be a very strong intuition about, a person's motives and intentions. They're really good at pattern recognition, and they can, identify things about people that might not necessarily be apparent to everybody. So imagine how good it would be for you if you turned your own powers inwards and you started directing that level of care and thoroughness and attention onto yourself. Because that's what I'm going to encourage you to do. Because I think that's what you need to do right now. Instead of taking all that time helping other people, which is going to leave your cup empty, you need to go refill your cup. You can't pour from an empty cup. There's nothing in it. Nothing to pour. You can't pour from an empty cup. So you gotta go fill your cup back up. So that you have more to give. In order to give more, you have to be able to take a little bit, Can't be out there setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm. We both become close friends after that, and she started trusting me. I was hesitant in trusting her too, but I finally gave in after like 3 years. It's often, when we have a hard time trusting other people, a lot of it stems from, having a hard time trusting ourselves. We might be... maybe we've let people too close and we were hurt, and we feel like, okay, well, I can't trust myself to let people do that anymore. Any amount of trust we have for others is a reflection of our level of self-trust. We have to trust our ability to navigate and handle that relationship. I was in a toxic relationship during all of that, and I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend at the time, so yeah, anywho, yitty yitty yada yada, we became so close that I basically became a motherly figure for her. She was all I had as well, so whatevs. You know, if you're a person who has had to deal with trauma in your life, we often find ourselves finding connections and bonds to other people who have endured trauma. It's like we feel like we can't relate to people that have not endured those types of experiences, or we feel like they don't get it, they don't understand it. We relate more to people who have been through what we've been through, or at least, you know, something that we can resonate with. It's hard for me to trust anyone. I'm sorry. I need you to trust in your own ability to stop apologizing. Turns out she had feelings, and I instantly gaslit myself into thinking I loved her romantically when all I have is this immense motherly love towards her. You know, I think you had a love for this person, and sometimes when we have a love, and I use that intentionally, a type of love, when you have a love for a person, sometimes it can become confusing or blurry between that type of love and other types of love. She was really sick. She idolized suicide, romanticized self-harm, and everything. She had eating disorders and all. She was kind of like me. I did not like that. So I try to heal her and everything, and it's actually working. Then she meets this new friend. You know, just so you know, when a person has that much stuff going on, there's not just one person who can heal that person. This isn't just a one-person job. This is a team effort. You need a support team. You know, it can't just be one person. That's one of the things that they really found to be true in mental health, is that it can't just be one person. You can't just be the only person to shoulder all that. So let me just say this to anybody who has people that they care about who are struggling. Always be politely encouraging them to talk to somebody about it. You know, you're not their therapist, you're not their counselor, you're their friend, you're their loved one. You're there to support them, and sometimes the support that you give is to say, have you ever talked to anybody about this? That sounds really stressful. This type of severe and persistent mental illness requires professional assistance. And sometimes the best thing that we can do for somebody who's struggling that much is realize that they need professional help, and then encourage them to take that help that is out there. So she ends up meeting somebody else, they end up getting close, and she's breaking promises, and then she dumps you for him because you're online and he's in real life. You know, I mean, that's understandable. It's like if you're looking for a relationship and you've got a person in front of you and then you've got a person on the computer, you know, it's painful, it's rude, but she knew him for 2 weeks. Then this, you know, and based on what you're telling me about this person, this seems the type of person to do that. They seem, you know, perhaps a little bit, I don't want to say unstable because that sounds kind of rude, but maybe a little, maybe they have a little bit of a difficult time, you know, with their interpersonal skills. I wish I had elaborated more on how mentally ill she was. You don't have to, because I already know. I've worked in the mental health community for a long time. Believe me, I've seen people like this. I've seen 10 people like this. Oh, believe me, I've seen it. I get reasonably pissed, but I don't forgive myself for this. Just swallowed it up and told them goodbye peacefully. That's the way to do it, I think. If you say you don't forgive yourself for this, you should. Now today she sends her bullshit new BF towards me with the most vile accusations. That's weird. I literally have no one to talk to, and I just rot in my room only to find this massive paragraph calling me a creep, ugly stalker. Why? I went to press on her Instagram story because I had realized I didn't unfollow her there. I haven't used it in months, and then yeah, that's literally all. Well, this is a response you're getting from somebody who you know to be mentally ill. That's all the context you need. This is something that I had to learn firsthand in dealing with mentally ill people. You can't take everything that they say and do personally because they are acting from a place of unwellness. They are going to act in a way that might be delusional, it might be emotional, it might be incongruent with reality. You gotta remember that, and you gotta have a thick skin. Why bring her boyfriend though? Because this person is emotionally dependent and can't do anything on their own, and now they're in this relationship with a boyfriend. That's the way that this operates. If you are this type of person with these sort of volatile attachments, this sort of I love you, I hate you, very black and white, you know, they leave one emotionally dependent relationship and immediately go right into another one. So yeah, we don't need to take their words seriously. Because why should we? Would you go to these people for advice? If you wouldn't go to these people for advice, then I would not go to them for criticism. And then you kept just apologizing to it about it. It sounds like they were taking advantage of your empathy. It sounds like they were taking advantage of your empathy, and I really think that you need to redirect that energy towards yourself, because right now the person in this world who is the most deserving of your attention, care, and compassion is you. So what do you need? I think you know what you need. We just need to find it. We need to find it in a healthy place. We need connection. I'm still worried about her. We need to worry about ourselves. We often find, ways to distract ourselves by worrying about other people's problems or wondering what they're doing or how they're making it through. It's not narcissistic. It's not selfish to take care of yourself. Taking care of yourself is essential. If one person isn't enough to heal someone else, then how can I heal myself with absolutely no one but these streams I started watching 2 days ago? Well, then that's just the start. That's just the beginning. When I say that one person cannot heal another person, that is true. But the only person that can heal you is you. Other people can help you to heal, but ultimately your own healing is your responsibility. You know, if you want to make friends, try making friends here. We got a nice supportive community here, so try being friendly with the people here. Let's see where that goes. They call it the healing process because it's a process. They don't call it the healing event. Took up so much time. That was what, like 5 minutes? That was nothing. That's nothing. But don't take that as an invitation to go longer. I have had people in the past where it's like they had a way of like making things all about them. And they were just like always just, you know, trying to be very attention seeking. But I, you know, just balance in all things. Oop. Oop indeed. Like you say, nobody wants to be friends with a quiet autistic person. We have so many of those in this community already. It's like, you're among friends here. While you're in the process of making friends with other people, I also encourage you to practice making friends with yourself, you know? Become somebody that you would want to spend time with. Also, show interest in other people is a big recommendation. Oftentimes when we spend a lot of time alone and we don't have a lot of people to talk to, we feel like we have to make up for lost time by telling our entire life story to people so that they understand every little thing that's ever happened to us. And that can be very draining for somebody, especially if it's somebody that you're just meeting. So what I would say is, if you want people to show interest in you, show interest in them too. You know, there's a healthy give and take in a good, healthy relationship, a good, healthy friendship. You know, it shouldn't feel very one-sided. And so it's okay to talk about yourself, but also be willing to listen to other people talk about themselves. That's what makes a friendship last. We've had some people in the past that were a little too focused on just themselves. They never wanted to talk about anybody else. And they would even be admitting to as such. They would even go so far as to say, I don't care about hearing about other people. And I'm like, okay, well, that's something you should probably take care of. You know, if you're going to make friends with people, you got to care about them. You got to want to know about them. You got to want to learn about them. Like, otherwise, you're just using them as somebody to listen to you. You know what I mean? So in opening up, help other people to open up as well. That's what I think is the best thing to do. How do you know when the stuff you're asking is nosy? I guess just let them know that, like, if they don't want to answer it or they don't feel comfortable answering it, then that's fine. I guess that's a good way to just, like, let them know. It's like, hey, I just wanted to know. I'm curious. Or I've been wondering. But if it's something that, you know, like, if that's a boundary you don't want me to cross, that's fine. Just let them know. Having a conversation like an adult really... Like, once you learn how to have an adult conversation with somebody, and there's no screaming or yelling or arguing, and you're actually able to, you know, understand them and they're able to understand you, it's like, you don't want to go back. You don't want to go back to childish conversations. It's like, once you are done yelling, it's like, you don't want to go back to yelling. Alrighty, let's take a look at the question here. Do you have any tips for touch deprivation? I don't know how to spell that. I'm not American. I need hug. You're pretty close. See, that may be like one letter off, I think, but that's good. It's readable. I know what you mean. Touch deprivation. Alright, this is a weird trick. This is a weird trick, but follow me. This does work. Take your arms and give yourself a hug. Now I know what you're thinking. This just feels like I'm hugging myself. This isn't doing anything for me. The key here is time. It takes about 20 seconds for it to actually work. If you hug yourself for long enough, about 20-30 seconds, your mind stops recognizing that you are hugging yourself, and it just starts to feel like you are instead being hugged. Sometimes we do it without even knowing we're doing it. Have you ever woken up from sleep and your arms were just wrapped around yourself? It's something that we kind of just like to do naturally. You know, we kind of like to curl up a little bit. There's another thing that you can do with your face. If you take your non-dominant hand and hold your face with it. So like right now I'm using my left hand to hold the right side of my face. It feels like somebody else is holding your face. Does this work like a hug from someone else? Even if you're getting a hug from someone else, it still takes a few seconds for those, the neurotransmitter you're waiting for is oxytocin. Oxytocin is the love and connection hormone, and it takes about 20 or 30 seconds for that to start releasing. And so if you hold the hug long enough, you start to get that love feeling. It's unsettling. Is there something wrong with me? You might just not like to have your face touched. You might have had an adverse reaction to having your face touched when you were young. The thing about touch aversion, if you don't like being touched somewhere, you can change that about you. You just have to practice. You have to touch yourself in those areas that you might not like to be touched. Just very gentle, very lovingly, like you would pet a cat if it was asleep and you didn't want to wake it up, and you're just like, hey, little buddy, how's it going? Because what you'll notice is that those parts of your body that you don't like to be touched, you might unconsciously touch them even harder than you might normally do. So you have to intentionally touch them very softly. If you've got anybody in your life that would be willing to give you a hug, I would go find them. You know, maybe it's a dog, maybe it's a cat, maybe it's your grandma, maybe it's your cousin. You know, it could be anybody. Who knows? It could even be a stranger. If you're out in public and you find a kind, compassionate stranger who's willing to give you a hug consensually, go for it. Go out in public, strike up a conversation with a grandma, somebody who looks kind and compassionate, somebody who's not in a big rush, and just strike up a conversation with them. Be like, oh, hey, how's it going? I like your sweater. I always strike up a conversation with the grandmas whenever we're in the bird food section at the store, because whenever I'm buying bird food, there's always some grandma there who's also buying bird food. And I'm always like, this is the best place to get it. It's a good deal. $10 for 40 pounds of bird food? And they're like, I know. And they're getting 3 bags of it. They're getting 120 pounds of bird food. My Asian parents never gave me hugs, so it took some time to be comfortable with it. That's one of the things that I find frustrating about parenting, and I'm not even gonna, like, it can be common in certain cultures, you know, that's what I've heard. I'm not gonna generalize or, you know, stereotype anybody, because I know that that's not true for every family, of course. I would just say that I'm uncomfortable with that type of parenting style. It's like, you should be friendly with your child, you know? You should be able to, like, encourage them and motivate them and teach them have, like, structure and discipline and all of those things. But you can also show them, like, affection. I feel like that can really just help them to get to an even higher level of performance. You know, this isn't baby boot camp. You would think that a collectivist culture would be more pro-hugging. You know, that's... You know, if you're at a doctor's appointment and the nurse is coming in and checking on you and the nurse asks you how you've been doing lately, it's okay to let the nurse know that you're feeling a little bit down and that you could use a hug. I'm sure the nurse would give you a hug. The doctor might not give you a hug. The doctor might see that... I don't know, sometimes doctors can be a little bit, you know, like... they kind of, you know, have this air of superiority. Depends on the doctor, though. I've met some very friendly, compassionate, down-to-earth doctors. I've also met some very egotistical doctors. There's no perfect way to parent, and that's frustrating. I feel like even parents who do really well, they still make mistakes, you know? How to prevent mood swings? One of the things that I would encourage somebody to do to prevent their mood swings or to minimize their mood swings is to practice a skill known as emotional literacy. Practice checking in with yourself. How do I feel right now? In this moment, how do I feel? The more aware you are of your emotions that you are feeling while you're feeling them, and this might seem simple and obvious, but you gotta remember that we don't normally spend a lot of time actually sitting down and recognizing how we feel. We just kind of go on about our day feeling however it is we feel. Learning how to properly identify the emotion that you are currently feeling is a great way to learn how to control it better. You learn to recognize where you're at, and then you can understand where you're at, and then you know where you're trying to go, and that's how you navigate. You got to know where you're at, and you got to know where you're trying to get to, so that you know what directions to take. Beyond that, I would also encourage you to have coping skills for both mood swings. You know, if your mood is swinging high, have a coping skill for that. If your mood is swinging low, that might take a different coping skill. The more coping skills you have in your box, the better. I ask my doctors before hugging, and they always say yes. See, there you go. Like, I'm trying to say, like, if you need a hug, you can ask your doctor. You can ask a nurse. Like, most of the time, they'll say yes. You could probably even ask your dental hygienist. You know, your dental hygienist is in there, you're all cleaning your teeth, and they're like, well, so, how's things been lately? And you're like, and be like, you know, actually, I've been a little bit down lately. I was wondering if I could possibly get a hug. Like, why are they always trying to ask you questions when they got their fingers in your mouth? That's something that just has always confused me about getting your teeth cleaned. That's how I accidentally bit one's finger once. I didn't bite it hard, it was just like a little bit, but I'm just like, well, you're asking me questions and you got your fingers in your mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite. It was just a little bite. Just a little, just a I talk too much at the dentist. I would rather say nothing at the dentist. I would rather just walk in, say nothing, and walk out, and then try to forget that it ever happened. Also, I like to bring my earphones and just listen to something while I'm getting my teeth done. Alright, we got a question. I'm studying to eventually get a job that requires some amount of contact with people. Vet tech. Some amount of contact with people. A lot of contact with animals. You know, lots of doggos, lots of kitties, maybe a lizard or two. It's a service job, so I'm very scared. My worry is, do I have enough charisma to have this kind of job? Yes. Yes, you do. Even if you don't feel like you have it right now, you're getting there. I almost fall asleep whenever you do those long pauses. Well, it's my hypnotic effect. Do I have the charisma to have this kind of job? You're in the process of developing it. You know, you're working on it. You're studying to do it. Most of what you'll learn about that, handling people, you'll learn at the job. I've already done a retail job before and it exhausted me, but this job will be tend to the patient and the owner, which I guess is a little different. I would say it's probably better. It's like you're probably going to have some crappy people, but that's any job. If you have a job where you have to interact with people, you're going to run into some crappy people. It's unavoidable. But you'll probably also run into way more nice people. Also, you get to, you know, see their dogs and cats and stuff, so that's cool. I'm scared to be too awkward and socially dumb to have this kind of job. I don't know how to figure out if it's for me. I know, and that is to try. That's what you gotta do. You gotta try. I have so many doubts. Doubts are to be expected. I would actually say that having doubts going into something is actually what helps you to perform better, because you are aware of your own shortcomings, you are aware of the areas for growth and improvement. If you went into this just carefree, not a worry in the world, you're much more likely to fail because you're just, maybe you're just too hyped up on your own abilities. Maybe you just are operating under the assumption that I can do whatever I want and I don't need to study or try. So I would say having self-doubt can be helpful if we use it productively. Self-doubt is what can help to push you to work harder, to do better, to increase your skill cap. What we don't want to do is let it limit us. Having a little bit of self-doubt is like training weights. It's like wearing weighted clothing. It's there to add a little bit of resistance so that we can push more and get stronger, but we don't want it to be so much weight that it holds us down. No one in my family has said anything about what they think about me working in this field. How do I believe in myself? How do I start believing I can do this? By saying those magic words. I can do this. That's how you start believing that you can do it, is by telling yourself that it is true. A nice healthy amount of fake it till you make it. Maybe. Casey just popped in, popped out. If you want to know do you want to know what your family thinks? Do you want to know what they think? If you want to know what they think, it's okay to ask them what they think. Now, I know it's nice to not have to ask, but sometimes in life, if we want something, we have to ask for it. If you want to know what they think, just ask them. It reminds me of the lyric to a song. Shyness is nice, and shyness can stop you from doing all the things in life you'd like to. So if there's something you'd like to try, ask me. I won't say no. How could I? Commitment issues fix, please. Commitment issues fix. Depends. It depends on the nature of what type of... the thing about commitment is it's a daily process. Is it because we are having a hard time committing? Is it because we're having a hard time believing that we can commit, that other people can commit, that love is real? If you have an issue that you're trying to work on about yourself, my main suggestion is to sit down and think about it more. I know that thinking about your issues can make you feel uncomfortable. Nobody likes to think about the issues that they have, but in recognizing them and learning more about them and thinking about them, that is how you can fix them. So if you're having issues with commitment, try to figure out exactly what that is. Try to figure out exactly what those issues with commitment are. Where did they start from? Trace them back. Recognize where it came from and figure out how it's affecting you today, and then from there, you can move forward into figuring out what to do about it. Before I start, I know this sounds kind of parasocial. Oh, we've all done it. I had a mod freak out on me in Discord in one of my favorite channels. I was trying to joke about something, but I think they took my words and tone the wrong way. Hey, it's text, that happens. It was obvious that I must have missed something prior to this incident because they thought I was complaining about something when in reality I was genuinely asking the question. I didn't realize anything was wrong until they said, "Get over it." And I was thinking, wait, what? I try not to let online stuff get to me anymore, but I was so confused, and it seemed like everyone was agreeing with them, so I'm thinking, oh shit, like what did I do? I won't lie, I still am embarrassed. I tried to message them on the side and let them know, like, hey, I wasn't trying to be a bitch, I was just genuinely asking because I didn't know, and I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to piss you off. And they didn't respond. Now I feel like everyone in the channel hates me and I'm scared to go back to chat now. Give it 5 minutes and they'll find something else to complain about. I'm being completely honest. One of the things I've noticed, especially in larger communities, just try to forget it and move on, because that's just the nature of Twitch chat, is they're always on to the next thing. If you're willing to just forget it and move on, I'm sure that most other people are going to do the exact same thing. They're not going to remember it for the next, you know, give it a day, give it a week. They're not going to remember. I would try not to take it personally, especially if it was just a simple misunderstanding. You know, when you're dealing in a text-only space, there's not a lot of room for nuance, and there's a lot of room for miscommunication. You know, give them time to respond. If they just want to forgive it, if they just want to forget it and move on, it's okay for you to forget it and move on too. That's one of the things that I've noticed to be true in life, is that sometimes just forgetting and forgiving and moving on, and just that sometimes that's just the way to do things. Sometimes we make problems where there aren't problems by continuing to bring them up. Sometimes we feel like there's something that's unresolved and we keep bringing it up and we keep talking about it, and it's like, it might not have been a big deal, but we've just built it up so much now that now it really feels like a big deal, and we feel like there's this thing that's unresolved and no one cares about it but me. And that's a very stressful place to be. So I would just try to let it go and just keep on carrying on, and just, the thing I've noticed about Twitch chats is they're very quick to just forget and move on and just on to the next thing. Coming back, I think we would welcome you. I don't know if it is I don't know if they're talking about here necessarily. But if they are, I mean... Oh yeah, no, I think they're talking about some other channel. I'm just speculating, of course. I'm assuming. Let's see what they're doing now in the...
know, it's just someone. And they got stuck in the traffic light.
I'm gonna go let Atticus out real quick. He's whining. Take a look at this weather here. This is what we're going through right now. We're having a bit of a snowstorm. This is somebody who's out driving around in it right now. This is live. This is somebody who's driving around in the winter storm. Alrighty, I'll be right back. I gotta go let Atticus outside. We're all caught up in the question box, by the way, so if you got a question, go ahead and drop it in. We'll get right to it. I'll be right back. Gotta go do doggy duty.
All silent on the radio dispatch. How-ish, everything going okay? His back tires aren't moving. Oh, he broke on or what? freaking dumbass here. Idiot.
Hey, he's got his emergency brake on.
His passenger side is rolling. Everything's rolling on this side.
His driver's side just locked up again. Something's wrong. Because his back wheels weren't even moving when you were pulling him. He's literally just dragging his driver's side rear wheel up the hill. Like, no joke. Like, dragging.
Yeah, I wonder if it got froze. He said he's been here for a minute, too.
Oh, that's a good point.
Connor, pull off somewhere. I'll flip around and follow you. We'll check that code real fast.
I'd appreciate it. I'll pull in this gas station.
I think Connor just got himself stuck.
Right?
Yeah, those little wraps and stuff, I'm not too impressed with those in the snow.
Yeah, you're gonna need a tug. I'll just pull you out real quick. Don't sweat it.
Lovely. Appreciate it.
Tell him to turn his wheels the other way if you're still pulling him.
Pull this pickup out too.
Yeah, I don't know if the four-wheel drive's not working or what.
Alright, I'm back.
If you just want to back up, I'll just run out and get your rope.
Our deck is covered in snow. We had snow on our deck and we had probably about 6 inches. It's much more now. It's Atticus was up. It was Atticus went out on the deck and he was shoulder deep.
Appreciate it, Brandon. I'll try and find somewhere that I can actually pull off.
Some guy just yells, "You can't park there." Bitch, tell him to put it in reverse.
That's what the Australians will do. If you're in Australia and you're stranded on the side of the road, they'll be like, "Ah, you can't park there, you can't." Fuck me!
There you go.
Yeah, it is snowing right now. I went outside and the snow that had piled up, it was like this, and now it's like just keeps going. This is one of the, there's only been a handful of times in the past 100 years that we've actually had blizzard conditions. The thing that I find funny is whenever they have to go, like people who are stuck, people in trucks that are stuck. So shout out to the one person who's watching me on YouTube right now. There's a bunch of people live streaming on this storm on YouTube right now. Look at that. This is out. We're getting blizzarded right now. Storm chasing content is fun. OMG, the QT. The QT in Cutie Cheeks stands for Quick Trip. Can you take us outside to see the blizzarding? Not easily. That won't really work. Let's just find somebody else who's running around in the blizzard. Cat Condo live stream? Now we're talking. Cat Condo? Better Off Alone live looping saxophone by a Sasquatch? Hold on, what?
Do you think you're
Bigfoot makes techno? It's actually sick. Oh yeah, turn that shit up. Oh, he's gonna bust out the saxophone. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Initiate party protocol. Anonymous with the 5 gifted subs. Whoa! Well, that was awesome. That was nice. There's a few storm chasers out right now. I wonder if...
no. I'm already over it. I'm already over it. We've been out here for...
Give me tornadoes.
8 hours. How long have we been streaming for?
All right. Jack.
We're at the auto store. The auto store's open today. Ooh. Am I late? No, you're right on time. Yumi Blute with the subscription. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that set us off on a hype train? We got on a hype train? Oh, shit. He's just doing it live. You guys think that's the real Bigfoot? Is that the real Bigfoot? Do you think that Bigfoot really plays a saxophone? It looks real enough to me. I mean, it looks real enough to me. All right. We got some questions in the box. Let's go ahead and get back to it. We'll be hype training at the same time. We'll do a little hype train, get to these questions. I'm 24 years old. Never had a girlfriend till December 14th last year. Hey, well, congratulations. Congratulations. You know, there's no shame in meeting somebody at any age in life. You know, doesn't matter if you're 24 or 44, it's like when you meet somebody special and they make your life better, whenever you meet is the perfect time to meet. If this person brings light into your life, it doesn't matter if it comes sooner, it doesn't matter if it comes later. Just be thankful that it's there, be thankful that it showed up. We met a couple of times and we spent a lot of time together where she told me that she has a medical condition, rheumatism and arthritis. I really didn't care about that. All I cared about is that I love her and that her medical condition doesn't really present me like a problem. Also, I think those are some conditions that are pretty well manageable these days. You know, we've got some pretty good treatments for that type of stuff these days. You know, it's unfortunate and it's, you know, bothersome and it can be, you know, stressful and painful, but it's one of those conditions that can be pretty well managed. She also never had a boyfriend. On December 14th, I finally told her that I like her, and she told me that she likes me too. We watched so many movies, series, etc. She told her parents, and they were happy about it, about us. However, when I told my parents about her and everything about her, they wanted me to break up because of her medical condition. So I had to break up with her and lie to her about... Oh, wait, hold on. You're 24? Your parents don't get to... No. You are 24. You are an adult. You are a grown-up. Your parents do not get to tell you who you can and cannot date now. That is outside of their control. They can offer opinions. They can tell you how they feel. But you are an adult and you get to make those choices for yourself. This is a completely and utterly ridiculous thing to break up with somebody for. Would you break up with somebody because they had asthma? Would you break up with somebody for, a relatively minor thing? No, absolutely ridiculous. That's inappropriate boundaries from your parents, first off, telling you who you can and cannot date at 24 years old. You're an adult. You get to pick. If you want to be with this person, be with this person. Your parents don't get to make that decision. You get to make that decision. So I had to break up with her and lie to her about me not being ready for the relationship. That hurt the most. Well, yeah, because you had to lie and it was, no. I am kind of lost now and I don't know what to do. I feel sad almost all the time because I didn't want to break up with her. Can you fix it? Can you tell her what happened? Can you say, hey, I didn't want to break up. I want to get back together. My parents were pressuring me to do it. It's not what I really wanted. I'm so sorry. This is somebody that you care about. This is somebody that you're close to. Your parents should be happy that you found someone. If your parents aren't able to be happy for you, yes, sorry for my bad English. Your English was actually fantastic. I didn't find any bad English in here. Let me just say, you are an adult. You can date who you want to date, whether or not your parents want you to date them. If your parents are willing to, destroy their relationship with you because they aren't happy with who you're with, then your parents need to get their priorities straight. Like, you're their child. They should want to see you happy. They should want to see you with somebody that you like and somebody that you connect with. They should celebrate that with you. They shouldn't force you to break up with somebody so that you can find somebody better. Or somebody who they think is better is what I meant to say. I completely disagree with your parents' decision. I think it's outrageous. I think it's ridiculous. And I think that you should try to clear things up with this person and at least apologize and tell them what happened so that you can, because you are having to pay the consequence for your parents' choice. Your parents were the ones who were out of line, and you are the one who is having to pay those consequences. You and the person that you care about. I think it's too late now. It's never too late to try. It might not work, in which case this really sucks, and this is frustrating. But it's never too late to try. Even if it's just to let the other person know, like, hey, I felt pressured, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let them tell me to do that, I've learned. Even if it's just to, help them find some, closure and all this. Because if you don't tell them, then they're just gonna live with that lie. You're just upholding your parents' lie that they forced upon you. Never too late to try. Because if you think you feel sad right now, they probably feel sad too, so I don't know, I would encourage you to try to talk to them. I don't know if I'm going to get much done today. Well, good thing it's Sunday. That's what Sunday's for. Day of rest. It's alright to have an unproductive day. Now I'm fixated on hypochondria shit. Hypochondria is one of anxiety's favorite outlets. It's one of anxiety's favorite games to play. What's wrong with me? What terrible disease do I have? I've been an always masker for years, but I haven't been masking at the shelter for the past couple nights. I don't know if I have the grace or mental state to be kind to anyone who gives me shit about it. Now I feel like I'm developing cold symptoms, a runny nose, and maybe I'm just imagining it. I'm considering just sleeping in my car tonight. I don't know if I can do the shelter thing. Maybe freezing in my car will be worse. I'm just not seeing straight right now. I don't know what my question is. I just wanted to say this to someone. How much am I overreacting? Reclaw. You deserve a warm place to sleep. That's all I'll say. You know, you don't need to punish yourself by freezing yourself, especially if you're not feeling well. I feel like if you're already not feeling well, sleeping in a cold car isn't really gonna help that. You're concerned about other people harassing you for not wearing a mask, but right now the only person that is harassing you is you. You gotta stop beating yourself up so hard, brother. As kind and considerate as it is to wear a mask all the time, right now you have larger concerns, you know? We need to focus on that priority, and right now that priority is your survival. Does he mean an actual mask? An actual mask. An actual mask. You might have a runny nose just because you've had to be outside in the cold more. You can get a runny nose just by being outside in the cold. You know, it may or may not be some sort of, you know, illness, but either way, you still deserve a warm place to sleep. If you have the option for shelter, I would seek shelter. Also, having access to that resource is going to be a really important part of taking that next step towards something more stable. You know, you got to stay in contact with those caseworkers and those, you know, people who can help you to connect to, you know, housing resources and, you know, the stuff that you're going to need to make it through, because you're in survival mode right now. And if you're going to survive, you need people in your corner, people that can help you. As nice as it feels to make it on our own without anybody's help, knowing that there are people out there to help when we need it is a beautiful thing. We all need help sometimes. And asking for help is a strength. It is not a weakness. We often perceive asking for help as something that means that we are incapable or weak, but that is untrue. I've seen more people sabotage themselves by refusing help out of pride or whatever. But asking for help is a strength. It's essential. It's what helps you to survive. None of us would have made it as far as we are without the help of other people. We wouldn't have survived as a species if helping each other wasn't built into our code. You're already in a hard situation. You don't need to make it harder for yourself. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you, by the way. I'll try. Well, when in doubt, just do what I would do. You know, if you're ever not sure what to do, just think like, well, what would Papa B do in this situation? It's like, I'd ask for help. I can't do this on my own. Would you have a hard time asking somebody for help moving a couch or lifting a refrigerator or doing something else that is without a doubt a team job? Would you have a hard time asking help moving a couch or moving a mattress or something big and heavy, a big heavy TV? Would you have a hard time asking somebody for help doing that? Yes. Are you worried about people perceiving you as a burden? I hate to bother people. So well, okay, let me flip it around on you. How do you feel when people ask you for help moving things? If somebody needs to lift something heavy and they say, hey, Reclog, give me a hand. How would that make you feel? See, on one hand, you're afraid of feeling like a burden, but on the other hand, you're depriving somebody else of an opportunity to feel helpful and useful. You're contributing to their sense of purpose. Asking somebody for help, you're making them feel like they did a good deed, they did a good thing, they feel good about themselves. You may have had people in the past that made you feel ashamed for seeking help, and I just want to remind you that the world isn't those people. The world is not your parents. The world is not whoever taught you that asking for help is not okay. That's not how the world works. The world works by helping one another. There are people out there who want to help you. They literally want to help you. It's what they choose to do in their life is help people. We don't want to deprive them of that service. We don't want to deprive them of that. They're waiting for you to ask for that help so that they feel comfortable offering it to you. Because what people who like to help realize is that unsolicited offers for help are sometimes interpreted the wrong way. If you offer somebody help without them asking for help, they might take it the wrong way. They might get defensive and say, no, I can do it on my own. Don't bother me. So sometimes what we learn to do is just wait until people ask us for help so that we know that they're open to it and receptive to it. And I'm like, oh yeah, sure, I'm happy to help. We're just waiting for you to ask. Want to get sick? Well, it sounds like sleeping in a cold car. I don't know. If I had to pick between taking the chances at the shelter or sleeping in a cold car, I feel like sleeping in a cold car isn't gonna do you any benefits. It's probably gonna suppress your immune system and make you even more susceptible. Let me just say this. You're really good at kicking your own ass, which means that you're good at kicking ass. You need to kick this situation's ass instead of kicking your own ass. You're beating the shit out of yourself, which means you got talent, which means you got skill. So you just need to apply it differently. Stop punching yourself in the face and start punching your problems in the face. Metaphorically, of course. I would never condone face punching. I would encourage you to, connect with the resources that are available to you. There are resources that are there to, help people find temporary work, places that can find you temporary housing, but you gotta ask for it. That's the thing. They don't just go around and offer it to people. They only give it to the people who are willing to go and ask, because that's how they help to filter out the people who are at the most need. Now, it's not a perfect system, of course, because sometimes the people that are at the highest need have the hardest time asking, but that's just the way it goes. The bed is awful. Well, if anything, you could reframe that and say, well, I probably shouldn't spend an excess amount of time lying around or sleeping anyway. Now I'm in action mode. I need to be, getting a plan in place. It's not a time for sleeping in. Maybe look into some day work, some temp work. Check out a job agency. But I would also really encourage to connect with the resources that they have for homeless people, because there are extra resources available that might not be available to your regular average person whenever you are homeless, because there are certain grants and funds that are specifically used for people who are seeking services while homeless. But the only way to find out what's out there is to ask. And also, it's the start of the year, so a lot of that stuff might start getting replenished for the year, like their annual budget or something. So if they've got, a case manager that you can talk to, just see what ways they can help you. See what services they can connect you with. Right now we're trying to build a foundation, and it's not fun work, but it's important work, and it's what we're going to be able to build off of going forward in life. So if we want to build something that's really going to stand the test of time, let's get that foundation built well. While we're here, while we're doing it. Gonna go to the service center tomorrow. It's a good idea. I would go first thing in the morning. They definitely told me to come back when homeless. Yeah, that's the thing that a lot of... Okay, just for those of you who don't know, if you are dealing with potential homelessness, there might not be a lot that agencies could do to support you in that. There are some funds available for like housing insecurity. You know, you have unstable housing. There are some things that they can do, but there is more that they can do once you actually are homeless, because then you're in a different classification and you have access to more resources that are specifically reserved for people who are homeless. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to slap the microphone. First thing, I gotta do orientation for this place, but yes, there you go. One of the instructors I had in graduate school was also the director of a local agency that had bunks available for homeless men, and then they also had like a psychiatrist on staff, and they also owned a landscaping company, so you were able to like find work there too. So there's a lot of stuff out there. It's like you just got to look for it. You know, there's a lot of bigger agencies, but there's also a lot of smaller agencies doing more like small operations to help people get more stabilized, but there are a lot out there once you start looking and you realize what's, you know. Messed up on Friday, not checking in until 9 a.m. and all orientation appointments were full for the day. That doesn't really sound like a mistake on your part. How were you supposed to know that you needed to get there earlier than 9 a.m.? There you go, beating yourself up again. It's my fault for doing something reasonable. Like, what time did you show up? 9 a.m.? That, to me, sounds like that's when most places open. That's when most places get started for the day, is 9 a.m. I didn't know I needed to get there 2 hours early. I didn't know that they would all, you know. So I feel like it's unfair to pin that entirely on you. You were still trying your best with what you knew, and now you know differently, and so you can modify the plan. So we don't need to, you know, include beating ourselves up in this equation. Staff is not very communicative. You know what? Let me tell you. When you're working in a high-stress job, such as a place that works with people who are dealing with homelessness, you might not be, you know, the most, like, open and communicative, because a lot of the people that you're dealing with are going to be highly agitated, very irritable. Maybe they're not very open to talk. You know, you're dealing with a very, you know, high stakes, high stress population. But when they meet you and you show them that you can be kind and open and affable and you can be friendly with them, that will open so many opportunities for you. They don't know you, so they're just treating you like they would treat any random person. But once you show them, they're like, hey, I'm pleasant to work with. I'm friendly and fun. They're gonna love you, and then they'll be willing to do all sorts of things for you. I gotta tell you, like, this is completely underrated. It might be difficult to do, but just being nice to the person that you're asking help from can do a lot for you. You know, a lot of people, when they do get to that point where they have to ask for help, they're understandably very frustrated. They're very agitated. It's a high stress situation. You can't blame them. And so people get used to handling that. They get used to handling people who are in a very high stress state of mind. And so they act accordingly and they anticipate it. But when you come in and you're nice and pleasant and calm, they're going to be able to be like, whew, all right. They'll be able to be, you know, they'll be able to open up a little bit more. Things will go more smoothly. So just, that's my recommendation. Even though things suck and even though things are stressful, lead with compassion. Lead with kindness. It'll make people much more willing to just like find what they can do to help you. You know, if you just, because they're so often just used to like getting cussed out and yelled at. Sometimes they even get physically aggressive, you know, and when you're used to dealing with people like that and you're not sure what to expect, it's natural that your guard's going to be up. So just show them that it's okay to just, you know, you don't have to worry about me. Oh man, whenever I worked like service jobs or something, if somebody was nice to me, I would bend over backwards to, you know, make sure that they had a pleasant experience or to do anything I could to make sure that they, you know, got everything that they needed. Because you're always so accustomed to people just like coming at you kind of hostile. You're on edge and in one of the worst moments of your life, and that's true, but you're going to get through it. You're going to get through it. You're going to have a great story to tell on the other side. You know, when you get through it, you're like, wow, look how far I've come. I did that shit. I would also say that if you are seeking services and you are trying to find someone to help you with something and the person in front of you doesn't have answers that you're looking for, ask them who else you could talk to, you know, and try to be as specific as you can with what it is that you're trying to access. You know, just tell them that you're trying to get some stability, you're trying to get some income, you're trying to find, you know, a place that you can stay that's, you know, safe. One job that I did for a little while, and this is how I learned a lot about what I know about working with homeless people. It was a homeless outreach position. We would go around and try to connect with homeless people within the community to try to help get them enrolled in services. You know, because a lot of homeless people have a hard time asking for help. You know, they might be living under bridges or living in like tent communities, or, you know, we had people in alleyways, we had people behind dumpsters. I had a guy that I worked with who sold chihuahuas on the internet, and he lived in this, you know, shanty cabin that he built for himself out in the woods behind a store. And you had to like get out of your car and then hop over the barricade and then walk into the woods. And then you saw all these like mannequins that he put up in the woods, and it was a very interesting experience. You see a lot of stuff out there. One of the things that I learned in working with the homeless is that there is a surprisingly large population of what I would refer to as professionally homeless people. There are people out there who actually thrive despite being homeless. I met a guy once and he was clean cut, clean shaven, and he was just like, yeah, I'm a bit of a drifter. You know, hanging out at the train yard. got an abandoned train yard out there, and we got a couple of buildings out there. We got some some people who came in and like, oh my god, this is a whole lifestyle for some people. So I guess the takeaway there is that, some people are still able to make the best of it, and that does say a lot about the human spirit. We are survivors. We want to thrive. But no, I met people who were homeless, and you would have no idea. You would have no idea. I was doing an intake interview with a guy, and he smelled nicer than I did that day. Like, I was more disheveled than he was clean cut, clean shaven, had clean clothes. I'm like, he just knew where to go to take a shower. He knew where to go to get a haircut. He knew where to go to wash his clothes, and he would just float through life. There's literally that amount of services available. It's just like, you gotta know where to get them, and you gotta take the time to go do it, but it is possible. I would never want to do it. I would never want to be a professionally homeless person, but there are people who do it. There are people who make it work. And I'm not saying that that's what you need to do. I'm just saying that, like, just the amount of services that you can access, because this was a friendly guy. This guy was nice, and it's like, when you're meeting like a nice and friendly person, it's like you feel much more comfortable like recommending them for housing opportunities. If somebody's not like very disruptive and they're very calm and put together, it's like you feel more comfortable like recommending them for this housing program, because you know that they're not going to start trouble. So just being polite and kind and courteous goes a long way in asking for help. Even though it's a stressful situation to be in, you can't lead with that stress, as difficult as that may be. And try not to take it out on the people who are trying to help you. I would say that that's one of the more frustrating things about trying to help people or being in a helping position, is when the people who are seeking help take out their anger and frustration on the person that is trying to help them. It's stressful. It sucks. You hate to see it. But people often take out their negative emotions in a place that feels safe to do so. We feel more comfortable yelling and cussing out at a nice person because we know that they're not going to try to bite our nose off, You're not worried that they're going to stab you or something. We take out our anger in places that feel safe to do so. Just been one or two. Do you have a notebook? Do you have an appointment book? Do you have something that you can write down dates and times and phone numbers and names and contact information? Do you have one of those? I would say you're in a position where it's like you need to be taking notes. We're at 309 right now. That means we're one away from our sub goal. Do we have one subscriber? Can we get one subscriber? I'm a lover of taking notes. If you don't have a notepad, they might have one that they could let you have, or maybe they could even just give you some paper or something just so that you can have something to jot down notes on. Maybe a spiral notebook. Just something so that you can keep your... You know what I would recommend? If you are out, dealing with unstable housing, you're out there trying to get your stuff together, one of these bad boys. One of these plastic file folders. Something that you can keep with you, or, you know, keep in your car, somewhere where you can keep it safe, and you know, you can put documents and business cards, and, you know, because you'll need that kind of stuff. Anonymous with the gifted sub to Bugrite. Anonymous, thank you. We did it. We did it just like that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We did it. We hit the goal. Some spare printer paper. Good. If you need any more, you know, if I can think of any more tips, or if you have any more questions or anything, like, let us know. You know, the Discord's there for you. You know, hit us up in peer support or something. It's like, I do know some practical advice for getting back on your feet. Like, I didn't do the job for a long time. I only did it for, you know, I did it for a few months. Homeless outreach, helping people to, you know, get back into housing. But I have had a lot of clients who were homeless outside of that, like even in my other duties when I was just like a case manager or a therapist or a, you know, a substance abuse counselor. I worked with a lot of people who were homeless. And so I learned some things along the way. Some survival tips. Is there any requirements to be in the Discord? Not really. You know, just... Not really, you know? I think there's rules, like when you join, it's like, it makes you agree to the rules. It's like, it's pretty basic stuff though, like no harassment. Be excellent to each other. That is the #1 rule. But anyway, one of the things that I often saw is people who, you know, they were out and about, they would have one of these things, one of these expanding file folders that they could keep, so that they could keep their documents. Also, if you connect with case managers, sometimes they'll have access to resources where you can store some things. Like if you have like important documents that you don't want to lose. And this is more for like people who don't have like you have a car, like you have access to a car, like you can keep your stuff in there. And that's a nice benefit. But some people don't have that, and so what some places will do is they will offer, you know, a small amount of storage for you. Like they'll be able to, you know, hang on to some things for you, since it's tough out there. It's tough having stuff and not having a place to put it. So I've seen a lot of people carry around one of these things, and they'll, you know, keep their appointments in it, they'll keep their notes in it, you know, all sorts of stuff, or they'll keep, you know, their documents, their ID. But if you're like, and what we would say is like, we use the term street homeless, as in like, there's different levels to homelessness. Like if you have access to a car, you're still homeless. But you wouldn't be referred to as street homeless because you're not having to actually go out and sleep on the ground somewhere. So for people who are like street homeless, it's tough. Being street homeless is very tough. If you're dealing with mental health struggles before you become homeless, being street homeless can make all of those much more frustrating. But I feel like this is a critical moment for you. This is part of what is shaping you into the person that you're becoming. This is going to be something that you're going to be able to look back on and be proud of yourself for how you were able to rise above the situation. So you've got that to look forward to as long as you keep moving forward. I'll take some pictures of the snowstorm out in our back deck, and I'll post those on the Discord because I want to show you how much snow we've got so far. So yeah, you got some stuff to do on Monday. You're going to have a productive day on Monday. So I would look at it this way. You've probably done about as much planning and preparation as you can today. It's like, what else could you get done today outside of like finding some dinner, preparing and reviewing what you're going to do tomorrow? It's okay to rest. I know that homelessness makes you feel a certain sense of urgency to address the problems that you're dealing with, but it's also important to remember to take time for rest. So if you feel properly prepared for what tomorrow will bring, you know, your plans, your appointments, the things you're going to address, then it's okay to rest. A lot of people, when they get into crisis mode, they feel like I gotta go, 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 go. And that's, you know, now it is a time for action, but, you know, you can't continue on forever. You gotta take breaks. There's gotta be stopping points. So get the business done and stay on top of it. And don't forget to rest up so that you can keep at it. The first step to a big change is mindset reframing. How do you manage a negative mindset? You know, I would say that it's only the first step depending on who you ask. For some people, changing your mind is the first step, but for other people, they try to focus on changing their behaviors first and then changing their mind later. Both of those techniques can work. They utilize both of those approaches. So it kind of depends on what works better for you. If you have a big challenge with changing your mind, sometimes it's easier to change your behaviors and then let your mind catch up. For some people, it's better to change your mind first and then change your behaviors after. So there are definitely two aspects to it. You need to change your mind and you need to change your behaviors. If you're having a hard time changing your mind, maybe change what it is that you're doing about how you feel. What about my actions are reinforcing my negative mindset? In what ways am I perpetuating my suffering? In what ways am I harming myself? Now, that being said, if you want to manage a negative mindset, where I would recommend beginning is learning to recognize when you are dealing with intrusive, self-defeating thoughts. Identifying that these are not thoughts that I believe in, these are not thoughts that I wish to keep, these are thoughts that I'm working on learning to let go of. That's where it begins. And when you are able to do that and you're able to recognize when you're having that type of thought, that is where a new perspective comes into play. We want to learn to look at that thought differently. Is there a way that I can reframe this? How can I make this thought work for me instead of against me? Atticus, what do you think? He thinks it's dinner time. He thinks he's pretty hungry right now. That's what he thinks. Right, buddy? Oh, I hear ya. I'm ready for that pot roast too, Atticus. He says he's had to be smelling it all day, and now he's hungry. Which approach do you believe is more effective? Depends on the person. It depends on the person. I would say that if you are especially caught up in your thoughts, some people have a much bigger response to their thoughts. Like they have a much, like changing their thoughts feels especially challenging or daunting. You see this a lot in people who have, maybe they've had a lot of trauma. You know, maybe they've had, you know, volatile relationships. They had, you know, inconsistent or, you know, abusive upbringings. If your thoughts are too overwhelming, sometimes it's best to focus on the actions first. But if you feel comfortable working through your thoughts and you don't feel overwhelmed by them, then those are a perfectly fine place to start. So I think what matters most in deciding what to do first is figuring out what can I do that's not going to overwhelm me. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be stressful. It just means that it's a tolerable amount of stress. Because any change is stressful. Even good change is stressful. We don't like change. We like predictability. We like to know where things are. I remember Chad saying something like, you could see something in a positive way or a negative way, and technically both are true, but which one serves you better? That helped me. That sounds like something I would say. That sounds like something I would say. I'm like, damn, I feel like I was cooking with that one. It's like, yes, both are true. It just depends on your perspective. And that's why so much of improving your mental health is focused on a change in your perspective. Sometimes it's not what it is you're looking at, it's how you're looking at it that matters. How is it called? Gradual exposure. It's called, the fancy name for it is exposure response prevention. Exposure response prevention. You expose yourself to the thing that makes you uncomfortable, and then you calm yourself down from it, and then you gradually, over time, expose yourself more and more to that thing that used to stress you out or overwhelm you so that you don't have that same response. Exposure and response prevention. That's what it's all about. It's the gold standard for treating a lot of anxious conditions. OCD. As far as for treating like obsessive compulsive disorder, it's the gold standard. It's like you have to expose yourself to the thing that stresses you out so that it doesn't stress you out anymore. It's like acclimating. You know, it's like stepping out into the cold and getting used to it, or stepping into a warm place and getting used to it. It's like you jumping into a pool and getting used to the way the pool feels. Come on in, the water's fine, brother. Been doing that with my social anxiety. It's a great way to overcome it. It's a great way to overcome it. The only way out is through. When it comes to stuff like anxiety, the only way out is through. You gotta be like, okay, anxiety, what are you trying to get me to do? It's like, all right, if you really want to conquer your anxiety, you gotta start listening to your anxiety and see what it's trying to do. You gotta remember, anxiety is there to try to keep you safe, and sometimes it's just a little bit overexcited to keep you safe. Sometimes it's just a little bit overeager, and sometimes it sees danger where there isn't any because it's trying to protect you. It's like an overbearing parent. It doesn't want you to get hurt. I'm reminded of Maury Povich and the phobia segments. That's something that we'll be able to look back on in history and be like, You know how we look back on psychiatric care from the early 1900s or beyond, and we're like, look how barbaric they were. That's going to be what we can do in 20 years and look back and be like, in the 1990s, we used to bring mentally ill people on the internet or on a show so that we could make fun of them. We made them into content, and we would laugh at it. We still do that. We still do that. There is more content than you would care to admit that is just centered around making content about someone's mental illness. A lot of people will watch somebody crash and burn. For the same reason we like to turn our heads when there's a wreck on the highway. We like to see what's going on. We're like, oh, a train wreck, oh. I might sound ridiculous, but what if you're so used to negativity and sadness that you can't possibly imagine how you'd manage happiness? That actually makes perfect sense. You can't expect yourself to be able to imagine happiness because it's a foreign concept to you. If you want to understand that concept, you gotta study it. And you've already spent enough time studying your sadness, right? Or do you need to study your sadness more? Is there more to learn from your sadness? If there is, then by all means continue to study it. But if you feel like you've learned enough from sadness, because sadness has lessons to teach us, is it okay to study happiness now? Can we close that book and open up another one? I would say it's not ridiculous. It actually makes perfect sense. Now, if you want to find a happier version of yourself, I could tell you how to do it. It's going to be a gradual process. This is something that you're learning. In many ways, it's a return to yourself, actually. You're kind of returning to who you were already, like at an earlier stage in life, a more innocent version of yourself, the most joyful self, the carefree one, before all of reality got caked on. If you want to be a happier you have to visualize it. What would a happier version of you look like? But not 100% happier. We gotta start smaller. What would a 5% happier version of me look like? Just a little bit happier. Not a lot. I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm gonna be gradual. What would a slightly happier version of you be doing that you aren't doing? You're going to study this person, this visualized version of yourself, so that you can understand who they are, how they think, what they do, how they live, how they treat themselves. That's how you become them. That's how you do it, is by getting to know them. Sometimes it's not about going from negative to positive, it's about going from negative to slightly less negative. That's still a shift in the right direction. That's a great point, Alaylan. Thank you for making that. That's actually a very important point to make. It's not about being happy in the beginning, it's about being less sad. Happiness is there waiting for you. It'll be there when you get there. So don't worry about that. You don't have to worry about the end goal. You don't have to worry about the finish line. You just gotta worry about the step in front of you. What's that next step look like? I think one of the ways that we really hinder ourselves is when we're trying to be happier, we immediately go to, what is the happiest possible version of myself? We're like, I'm not very happy right now. What would it be like if I was happy? Like, well, I'd have a sports car. I'd have a mansion. I'd have a big pool. I'd have a pile of gold coins. You know, all sorts of sweet stuff. Then I'd be happy. We're going too far. We're going too much drastic change. We need to be a little bit more grounded, a little bit more realistic. I'm not going to say no to 5% more happiness. I think that's a great start. 5% more happiness? I feel like anybody would take that deal. Hey, you want to be 5% happier? Sure, absolutely. So that's where we're starting. You, 5% happier. What are they doing? What do they think about themselves? What do they do when they wake up in the morning? What are they thinking about? What do they think about before they go to bed? What do they do when they're feeling frustrated? What do they do when they're lonely? You want to become that person? Study them intently. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. That's true. That's one of those lessons that I was going to save for later, but yeah, that is ultimately true. It's not about pursuing happiness, it's about the happiness of pursuit. You have to enjoy those changes that you're making. You have to enjoy, that I'm working on myself, that I'm doing better for myself. I'm learning how to find new happiness in new different ways that I never thought was possible. It's that joy that comes from growth and exploration and discovery. That's where the real beautiful moments are. Because if you're waiting for happiness to happen, you're missing the point. You gotta find happiness in the search. The thrill of the hunt. Glad I found this channel. I'm glad you found this channel too. Remember when that one guy found my channel and he was really mad about what I was doing? Check out the storm. What's the storm up to?
Nobody's coming. You'll be good.
Oh my god. Where are they now? Oh my god. Dearborn, Missouri? That's middle of nowhere. Now that is a blizzard. Look at that whiteout. Oh my god. Look at that blizzard. This is happening in Missouri. There's also a Dearborn in Missouri. It's just some random small town. It's not. Dearborn, Michigan is an actual city. Dearborn, Missouri has like 482 people. So yeah, right now he's out in the middle of nowhere driving around. Oh, what's going on with them? This guy's just going around, driving around, helping people who are stuck in the snow, and I think that's pretty based. I gotta say, that's pretty based. Atticus, are you okay? He's over here crying at me. He's hungry. Atticus, I'll feed you dinner soon, buddy. Feed you dinner soon. Let me wrap it up, okay? I know. He's a hungry boy. This dog is always hungry. If can't be 2 seconds late with his dinner plate. Ah! Making beagle noises at me. Atticus, I know, he's hungry. He's a hungry boy. Tell him, Atticus, tell him how you feel. Atticus, tell him how you feel. Now you got nothing to say? I give you the microphone, you got nothing to say now? Okay. Does Atticus want to play in the snow? He went out onto the back deck, he was ready to go outside, and then he realized that there's nearly a foot of snow out on the back deck, and it was up to his shoulder, and he was like, oh, no. So he just peed on the deck, which I'm like, that's fine, Atticus, they're just let them pee on the snow on the deck. They don't have to go down the stairs and go out into the yard. Like, you want to pee on the deck for now? Go ahead, that's fine. Is he named for Atticus Finch? Yeah, we've got Atticus and Scout. Atticus, if you're gonna open up a interdimensional rift, I would just kindly ask that you close it afterwards. Are there any other live streamers driving around? There's a few people driving around Missouri right now. This person, they're in Solomon, Kansas. Oh, that's actually pretty far west. Shit, what's this? Oh, wait, was this? Yeah, this was from yesterday. We got an ice storm yesterday. Oh, woo. Not for broadcast. Oops. Shh. Shh. Don't tell him. Not for broadcast. Oops. This person's still just outside of Quick Trip. This person's been streaming outside of Quick Trip. They've been out there for hours. What are they doing? This person's streaming themselves doing coverage of the event. This hot pink background. Look at that. Hot pink graphics. This guy too. Apparently these types of streams are very popular on YouTube. I don't know. Let's see what this guy has to say.
All right, Kelly Cass, you called it. We just had thunder snow here in Kansas City, Missouri.
We had some thunder snow. Oh boy, we got thunder snow. This guy's got that classic weatherman voice. All right, everybody, today we've got some precipitation, as you can see here. You know, he's got that weatherman voice.
Hopefully one of the two cameras that we have out here got it, and we'll play it for you. You know, you got to go cut it. You have to go cut the Was that another? That would have. Okay.
This guy's this guy's dialed in.
Was the flat? Yes, it was. See, I told you.
Right there.
We just had it again. That's number 7. That's number 7. Thunder snow here.
This guy's so excited. This guy loves the weather.
Kansas City now. We've had a couple of both. So this is the energy coming up again from the south. And what's really interesting is notice we can't even see the city now. It's all like a whiteout. So the visibility's come down, the snow intensities come up. Think about it. When you're in rain, a lot of times when you're in a thunderstorm, it's heavier precipitation. And that's exactly what we've got going on. The only thing is, the same thing's happening in the thunderstorm. It's just happening above the cold air. So it's all frozen. It's all frozen. And that's what we've got going on here in Kansas City. Whoa. I knew that scraping would get me some kind of good luck today. Either way, this was not fun yesterday. I want to go back.
He's so excited. I love that for him. He's so excited. I love that for him. We got a thunderstorm above a blizzard. People slip sliding all over the place. All right, Atticus, we'll get you dinner here in a second, bud. Just let me wrap it up, friend. Let me wrap it up. We got another one over here. What are they doing? I cued it right as he coughed. Oh, great. Where are they at? St. Joe. St. Joseph is up north. St. Joseph is north of Kansas City. I don't know if they got it. I think it was worse in the south. I don't know. How much snow are we at right now? Hold on, I'm gonna look outside. Oh, it's... Whew. I'll take some pictures. I'll take some pictures and show you what my back deck looks like. You can see all that snow. I think there's something really compelling about this type of live stream, like being out and about during a weather event, because everybody's just at home trying to avoid the weather, and then they're like, huh, I wonder what it's like out there in the weather. Let's go watch somebody drive around. How much snow are we up to right now, I wonder? I should go measure. Look at the Weather Channel. They're not joking. Serious threats today. Oh boy. Major winter storm prompts plains blizzard warnings as it hauls snow ice towards Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic. Oh yeah, if you're in
Take a look at this. This is the 540 line. Meteorologists use this as a general guideline of where wintry precipitation will be expected. North of that line, good chance that we'll see some wintry precipitation, and it's taken a dip to the south. Here's what we're expecting on Monday. The system moving east through the mid-Atlantic, expecting to bring some snow for the early part of the week. So how much snow could we see? Well, take a look at the numbers. Even in D.C., we could see as much as 8 inches of snow when all is said and done. But the storm is going to leave a swath of...
We've still got a little bit of snow yet to come. But I think we're through the most of it. I kind of want to go outside and check it out. Let me take a look at this question box real quick. Take us with you. I'm locked in right now. I can't like stream from my phone or something without turning my stream off. But I'll take a picture and I'll post it to the Discord. Or Casey might show it later on stream whenever we're up. You know, because we're going to start playing, we're actually going to start playing Silent Hill 2 together soon. When you raid me, we will show the snow. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, we can show you the snow whenever we're up and about on her stream. Are you almost finishing up? I am. I've got one question left. I'm on my final question. And then I'm going to go make some mashed potatoes. Hey, Mr. Brain and chat. Hope you're all having a good day. Oh, I'm having a good day. It's a snow day. I love a snow day. I love a snow day. See you soon. See you soon. Do you have any tips for dealing with FOMO? Be okay with people having fun without you. You know, you make it when you can. Show up when you can and be there and be a part of it and have fun. But if you can't be there all the time, which is normal, because we can't expect ourselves to be there every single time. Something's going to happen. We're going to get sick. We're going to have a dentist appointment. Something's going to get in the way. We're going to have, we're going to have plans. You're not going to make it to everything. And that's okay. Be happy that people that you care about are having fun. And then when you see them next, have them tell you about it. Be happy that they had fun. You care about them. You want them to have fun. This is a person that you like. This is a person that you care about. You want them to be having a good time. With or without you. Like, of course, we want to be there. We want to be a part of it. Sure, that's awesome. But we can't be there all the time. So show up when you can. Make an effort to go. Make an effort to reach out. An effort to connect. That's how I feel about FOMO. Last year I had a meetup with an online friend group and community, and we had a little house with about 17 people for a weekend, and I had the most amazing time. That sounds like a lot of fun. This year we are doing it again, but about 10 people will also be going the week before. I've known about this for a few months and for some close friends that are going, but it was recently brought to everyone's attention. They only want 10 people to keep it more chill for reasons I understand. It's still a couple months away, but just got on a call with the one who's organizing the week, and they told me I'd be next on the list. All right. I mean, there's no problem with that, being next on the list, I mean, if you're on the list, being next on the list is where you want to be. Sometimes in life you gotta get on the wait list. That's fine. Sometimes they can't seat you at the restaurant right away. You gotta you gotta put your name in. We're like, all right, we'll call you when your table's ready. If you're gonna be on a list, might as well be on the top of that list. I don't want to blame or start drama with anyone because I love all these people. Then don't. Is that Atticus you're hearing? Oh yeah, he can smell the pot roast cooking and it's driving him crazy. He's hungry. Alright, Atticus, don't worry. I'll feed you here in just a minute. Just a minute, bud. He just had a treat, like, not more than an hour ago. Whenever I went to go let him outside, he got a treat. I don't know what you're complaining about. He always does this at dinner time. He's a very vocal boy. He loves to complain. He goes, I don't want to blame or start drama with anyone because I love all these people, but I do feel kind of sad being left out, and I think it's also because last year was such a blast. I don't know, might be rambling a bit much, but I just kind of feel weird right now. That's fine. You know, you're still going to the main event. You're still going to the main event, but you're not going to the pre-party. That's fine. You're still going to the big one. That's what matters. Sometimes you go to a concert and you miss the pre-show, and that's fine. Sometimes you miss the opening act. That's fine. You got there for the main event. So what I would say is, if you don't want to blame or start drama, then don't. You know, if you're sad about it, that's fine. That's fine. You know, would you like to be invited on that list next time? Sure. You know what's a better way to get invited that next time, though, is to not start something because you didn't get put on the list. If you go to the thing and you make a big harumph about, and I'm not saying you are, I'm just hypothesizing here. If you show up at the event and you start pulling people aside and being like, yeah, I really wish they invited me to that earlier thing. I'm feeling really bothered by it. They're not going to want to invite you the next time. If you're cool about it, if you're cool about not getting invited, you're actually going to be more likely to be invited. But if you raise it as an issue that you weren't invited, they're not going to want to invite you. That's not going to motivate them to invite you next time. The reason why they would invite you is because you chose to be cool about it. So they have their reasons, whatever, that's fine, you're cool with it. It's not because you're not good enough, you're still going to the main event, these people still like you and care about you, it's just they had other plans and that's fine. You want to be wrapped into it the next time? Then just be cool. That's all you gotta do. Just show them that it's not that big of a deal and they'll be like, oh yeah, they're cool. We'll invite them next time. You know, maybe they just want to be a little bit more intimate, a little bit more private, because that's probably why they would want a smaller group, is to just be more intimate, more private. And if you want to hang out in a more intimate and private setting with people, you got to show that you're not going to be a person that's going to, you know, carry a grudge or hold on to those hurt feelings. It's like you're somebody that they feel safe and comfortable being more intimate and open with. And I feel like, you know, go to the thing, have fun, be friendly. You're next on the list. You'll make it next time. No big deal. All right, everybody, I'm going to raid Casey because I'm going to go finish making dinner, and we're going to play Silent Hill soon, and we're also going to show you how much snow we got. So I'm going to raid Casey. And we'll show you how much snow we got on the back deck. So have a great night, everybody. I will see you all next time. And, you know, if you're interested in hanging out, we're going to be hanging out on Casey's stream. We're going to be playing some Silent Hill 2 soon. We're going to get that started. We're making dinner, and we're going to show you the snow. So I'll see you there. And anyway, have a great night, everybody. If I see you soon, hopefully I do. If I don't see you, then I'll see you next time. Take good care of yourselves. Have a great night. And I'll catch you on the flip side. Adios, amigos. A week and a half ago, my relatives didn't have plans for Christmas, so I wasn't invited, but I was cool with that. Like, you know what? Sometimes people have a hard time making plans, and sometimes people have a hard time remembering everybody that they want to include on those plans. It's like, I always say, just try to show grace and compassion and patience. You know, we're all trying our best. You know, the times are tough right now. It's like, you know, we need to be supportive of each other. All right, everybody. I'll see you soon.